Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation was established in 2016. It's true. The ministry has responsibility for the formulation and implementation of policies relating to its portfolio areas, which include water and wastewater, land, environment, climate change, housing, urban renewal, economic policy and investment, and works. Its portfolio areas are strategically aligned to the Vision 2030 National Development Plan. The ministry is pursuing these goals through a number of strategic objectives, including improving the enabling environment through the provision of appropriate policies and legislation, increasing the synergies, linkages, and collaboration amongst sector institutions with key focus on public-private partnerships, improving the environment for financing business, innovation, and green growth, improving integrated development planning, incorporating spatial planning and management for efficient land use, increasing equitable, broad-based land ownership and protection of property rights, as well as greater accessibility to affordable shelter and housing. Keep watching PBCJ, the People's Station.
Now that you're speaking out, do more. Do more. Help fight crime. Do the right thing and report what you know. Do the right thing and publicly demand change. Hold government accountable for better governance. Protect your environment and health. Do the right thing and keep your community clean. If we all do the right thing and build integrity, Jamaica will be the place to live, work, raise families, and do business.
This Labor Day, when the work done, the excitement moves to Emancipation Park with the National Labor Day Gospel Concert this Labor Day, Friday, May 23, starting at 7 p.m. It will be a foot stomping, hand clapping evening of praise and worship with Sandra Brooks, Carrie Sales, Audio Spencer Brown, Rhoda Isabella, Kukudu.
It's Capit Edmond and South's 10th anniversary. For the month of May, we're celebrating with great deals on truck accessories and adventure gear.
Excitement. Join us at 7 p.m. for the live broadcast from Emancipation Park, the National Labor Day Gospel Concert. When the work done, come make we have some fun.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Hi, boys and girls.
and welcome to our Jolly Phonics series. My scary story, boys and girls. Do you like snakes? I don't. So now, after that scary story,
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I love you, Natty. I love you, Natty. I love you, Natty.
This honorable house resume its sitting. I wish to welcome all to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives this Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. As always, it is an honor and a privilege to do so. Today, members, we continue the sectorial budget debate for the financial year 2025-2026. In addition to the usual business of the House, I would like to extend special welcome to those persons who are in the gallery with us today, those who are joining us by social media, the different platforms. I also welcome those of who are joining us online by way of PBCJ live stream, as well as all guests who are here with us. Let me also welcome members of the Vaz family, and also, I dare say, members of the Phillips family. Ms. Coral Palmer, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunication, and Transport, ministries officials, heads of boards and agency heads, representatives from Transport Association, representative from the Portland Western constituency, and the constituency of honor of Dr. Peter Phillips, East Central, St. Andrew. We welcome you all here today. Thank you. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Miss Grange, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malawu Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Matthew Samuda, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before you, House Leader, just some housekeeping matters. Members of the gallery, you may smile as much as you want to. You're not allowed to clap or bang on your chair or desktop as the case is. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming members to this sitting of the House today. And we are expecting two interesting and exciting presentations in the continuation of the sectoral debate. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the members of the gallery who are here, and particularly the members of the Vaz family and the Phillips family who have joined us. And today, I believe that the Phillips family in particular would have a very critical moment, as this could be the very last presentation by the member from St. Andrew East Central in a sectoral debate in this honorable House. So it will have some historic value, and in that context, I especially welcome your family member. The constituents that are also representing the Portland and St. Andrew East Central constituencies who are here, I welcome you. And I also welcome our senator who is in the well of the House. And we're expecting today to be a very fulsome day of activities, indeed a long agenda. And as usual, we would implore members to utilize our time efficiently and well, and to enable us to have a completion of the agenda within the time prescribed. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the tradition to facilitate the sectoral debate, indeed the debates that we have in the relation to the appropriations budget and its related activities, we would invite for you to suspend the agenda and to, in fact, allow us to have public business as the first item for consideration. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The desired request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. We will now suspend sections of this agenda and move right to public business.
On the matter of public business at this point, Mr. Speaker, I would like for us to resume the debate on the sectoral debates and to ask you to invite the Minister of Transport, Telecommunications, and etc., etc. because he's so wide and big, Mr. Speaker, when he speaks, the world recognizes that action is immediately going to follow. And perhaps I should dub him the Minister of Action. I ask you to invite the member from Portland Western and Minister to make his presentation.
Member from Portland Western, you now have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this honorable House with deep gratitude and an even deeper sense of responsibility as we chart the course for the vital sectors under my portfolio responsibilities: science, energy, telecommunications, and transport. These sectors form the backbone of our national development, driving innovation, connectivity, and efficiency in service to the people of Jamaica. Before I begin, I must take a moment to sincerely thank those who support this mission every single day. Madam Speaker, today, May 20th, I selected for my sectoral presentation has added significance. Today is my late father, Douglas Vaz's birthday. He would have been 87 years old. A man who served his country as a freedom fighter and a then member of parliament and cabinet minister, member of parliament from 76 to 93, and a cabinet minister during the 80s. A true patriot who inspired me to follow his footsteps. Hence, like him, so far, I'm a 4-term consecutive MP in one constituency over the last 18 years, and a minister of government for 13 years. So I say happy birthday, Dad. And I made mention of the consecutive MP because I see a trait and a routine that's happening now where persons don't stay one place. They move around quite frequently all across the country, trying to find a safe seat. To my dear wife, Anne-Marie, who I would dare say is not even more than a wife, one of the best performing members of parliament in Jamaica. What she has done in 6 years in Eastern Portland is unprecedented, and shortly we will see and reap the rewards of our hard work. My children who are here, my grandchildren, 4 of them so far, my family and my friends, your unwavering love and support fuel my commitment to public service. Thank you for your patience, your sacrifices, and constant encouragement. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, for entrusting me with the responsibility of leading this super ministry. My State Minister, Honorable J.C. Hutchinson, for his continuous support, my cabinet colleagues, heads of agencies across all 4 sectors of the ministry. Your leadership, collaboration, and shared commitment have helped us better serve the people of Jamaica and deliver tangible results. To the leadership and the staff of the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport, thank you for your tireless efforts and work. I especially wish to recognize Permanent Secretary Mrs. Carol Palmer, whose steady hand and principled leadership continue to guide us. To our senior managers, technical experts, administrative staff, your dedication is the engine behind our progress. I commend you all for the service that you continue to give to our nation. Express my sincere thanks to our board members, my advisors, whose expertise and counsel have been invaluable, shaping the strategies and successes I will share today. To my close protection officers, thank you for your steadfast support and professionalism, which allows me to fulfill my duties both as a minister and a member of parliament. I'm deeply grateful for the sacrifices that you make for me and my family. To the people of West Portland who have entrusted me with the honor of representing you, again, I say thank you, because without you, there would be no me. And it is always important to understand how it works. If you don't be successful at the constituency level, then obviously your chances of being a minister are not very much. And therefore I say to them, thank you for your continued support, and I am proud to serve you. Madam Speaker, we have lost dear colleagues along the way over the last few months. Just to mention two, the first, Mr. Ransford Harvey, a member of the Ministry Security Team, who served in his capacity for almost 30 years. He was diligent in his duties and appreciated and respected by all who came in contact with him. The other confidant and my executive assistant, Ms. Patricia Reed. Pat was more than an executive assistant. She was a cherished member of our team, loyal, hardworking, and deeply committed to our mission. Her absence is deeply felt, and I again extend my condolences to her, family, friends, and all who had the privilege of working with her. May her legacy of service inspire us all. And today, you will see how well-groomed I am, Mr. Speaker. Got a haircut this morning, wearing a new suit, here in my Jamaica tie, because I know that she's watching over me. And if I didn't do this, then she would not be happy where she is today. She is irreplaceable. As I now begin my sectoral presentation, let us remain focused on the work ahead, advancing policies and initiatives that strengthen our economy, improve public service delivery, and transform lives for the better. The theme of today's presentation is Innovating for a Sustainable Future, Advancing Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Mr. Speaker, throughout the fiscal year, the four key sectors under my portfolio, science, energy, telecommunications, and transport, have made substantial strides. Madam Speaker, in a bold move to modernize governance, the ministry, through e-learning, Jamaica, will today hand over 63 tablets, one for each member of parliament and constituency. This is a strategic leap towards digital leadership, putting real-time information and powerful tools directly in the hands of our makers. This is the important part, Madam Speaker, because I'm sure that everybody has their own tablet and laptop. And I recall in recent years, since becoming minister, I did hand out laptops already. Each device
Mango Mint reimagines the way you manage your daily operations with one goal in mind: to make running your business easier. We empower the forward thinkers and self-starters.
Mr. Speaker, the days of printing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of pages for each sitting of the House has long passed. And as we embrace the digital transformation taking place across government ministries, agencies, and departments, the House must follow suit and not be left behind. This is a win for every Jamaican, a clear signal of our commitment to transparency, accessibility, and a digitally connected future. No one will be left unaware of the benefits the government of Jamaica provides. So, Madam Speaker, it will allow MPs' constituencies to be able, at the tap of a button, to be able to access all government information and agencies as well, ministries and agencies, which will assist them in helping their constituents to answer questions and also provide possible jobs, etc. Madam Speaker, MSET is leading a science-driven transformation starting at the earliest levels. In partnership with the Early Childhood Commission, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, the Scientific Research Council, and the National Commission on Science and Technology, we have launched a pilot initiative that integrates scientific principles into the early childhood education for children aged 2 to 8 years old. This nurturing early scientific thinking nest. This program will equip educators with STEM kits and low-cost activity books to make science fun, simple, and engaging in the classrooms. Madam Speaker, the next generation won't shy away from science. They will continue to embrace it as a powerful tool to transform Jamaica and shape the world with their bold innovations. Madam Speaker, our focus does not stop at the early childhood level. Through the SRC, over 1,900 students participated in the Young Inventors and Innovators competition. Over 1,400 students were engaged in science in the park, and 101 STEM ambassadors are now mentoring young Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, we're not just teaching science, we're building confidence, ambition, and dreams. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is the first small island developing state in the Caribbean to complete the GoSpin Global Observatory of Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy Instruments. Policies mapping exercise with UNESCO. This work will be published on UNESCO's website in 2025, placing Jamaica on the global science policy map. As a result, we now have the tools to systematically improve our science, technology, and innovation landscape by implementing targeted interventions that will improve our science, technology, and innovation index. Together with our updated National Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy, we are showing that Jamaica is ready to lead and not follow. Mr. Speaker, we are leading. In the previous financial year, SRI helped several small businesses improve compliance and turn ideas into income. Over 15,950 analytical tests were conducted, which supported food and water safety for 160 MSMEs, ensuring compliance with national and international regulations. 43 new commercially viable food products were developed for local entrepreneurs, enabling them to expand their market both locally and international. Over 250 nutrition labels were created to ensure safe and accurate consumer information. 150 people were trained in personal care product development, and with a new personal care manufacturing facility now operational, more cost-effective manufacturing solutions will be enabled. Science is not abstract, it is real practical support for MSMEs. Last, Mr. Speaker, science is for everyone, and we're proving just that, with workshops in soap jam making, hosted in collaboration with the Lister Mayor Gilby High School for the Deaf, providing expanded opportunities for hearing impaired students, and tissue culture pineapple farming workshops for the St. Catherine Bee Farm Association to promote economic and self-sufficiency. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there's many more, but I will move on to the NCST. As we continue our push to facilitate innovation, The National Commission on Science and Technology is advancing nutraceutical regulation for health and industry growth through the Ministry of Health and Wellness, while continuing to host STEM mentorship programs connecting students with global experts. This financial year, we will continue to deepen our impact by upgrading laboratory facilities, expanding research and development with new studies in biotechnology, renewable energy, and sustainable agriculture, which will support national priorities. Scaling STEM education and outreach. We're also building a future-ready nation equipped to compete, innovate, and thrive on the world stage. Madam Speaker, I will now move to the energy portfolio. On the matter of Jamaica's renewable energy development ranking, Jamaica rose 8 places on the Climate Scope Index by Bloomberg NEF in 2024, moving from 47th to 39th among 105 countries. According to the report, Mr. Speaker, with a power score of 2.04, the power score of Jamaica is better than the regional average of 1.93 in Latin America. Climate Scope is a global ranking of emerging markets based on their attractiveness for clean energy investment, and our advancement reflects Jamaica's strong legislative framework, robust regulations, and well-defined targets and incentives. As a government, we are strategically advancing towards our 2030 goal of generating 50% of Jamaica's electricity from renewable sources through targeted investments, policy reforms, and infrastructure development. As of May 2025, we have achieved 12.5%, with an additional 100 megawatts set to come on stream in 25-26, representing 4.5%, therefore bringing the total to 17%. Subsequently, in addition, an additional 220 megawatts will go to the market in 2025 to come on stream in 27-28, which will represent an added 10%, therefore bringing the total to 27%. Madam Speaker, the JPS is expected to add 130 megawatts in 27-28 financial year, and this 6% will bring the total to 33% by 2028. Finally, the generation procurement entity will go back to the market for 300 megawatts, and that will take on stream the additional 23% to round off to 50%. We are on track, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, we have also pursued policy measures to improve energy storage capacity. CARICOM's Council for the Trade and Economic Development, COTED, approved Jamaica's request to suspend the common external tax on 91,600 lithium-ion batteries, valued at 1.5 billion Jamaican dollars, or $9.7 million for 2 years, starting February 2025. This 20% duty exemption followed extensive stakeholder consultations with the government of Barbados and a verification site visit to the Barbadian company that currently produces lithium-ion batteries. Madam Speaker, as of January 1st, 2014, importers began benefiting from duty-free access to select renewable energy and energy-efficient technologies, including compact fluorescent lamps, advanced air-conditioned cooling systems, solar mounting accessories, and rechargeable batteries. This arrangement, approved under Article 83(3) of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas at the 57th meeting of COTED in November 23, continues through to December 2025. Let me emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that these duty exemptions remain unaffected by recent U.S. trade adjustments. However, under the revised Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act, which once provided a non-reciprocal export duty waiver, Jamaica must now operate at 10% of the value of the exported finished products. Petrojam is currently assessing the implications for our most favored nation status, while the ministry monitors solar imports from China for price fluctuations. Despite the impacts of Hurricane Beryl, Jamaica's clean energy infrastructure showed resilience. In 2024, solar and hydropower plants generated 11% and 7% more energy, respectively, adding 21,209 megawatt hours to the grid and helping to offset reduced outputs from the wind farm, natural gas, and petroleum fuel plants. In response to the rising demand for renewable self-generation, the ministry updated its procedures for electricity net billing regulations to better align with the 2022 regulations. In 2024, 60 licenses were issued, totaling 0.8 megawatts of capacity. In total, Jamaica now boasts 1,239 licenses for households and businesses, representing 26.1 megawatts of distributed solar capacity, up from 1,179 licenses with 25.3 megawatts in 2023. Madam Speaker, as I stated in my update on the 9th of April 2025, it is very clear Jamaica has not been well served by its electricity industry. The arrangements put in place by the previous administration, the Jamaica Public Service License in 2001, and the Electricity Act in 2015 are deeply flawed. And this government is now taking hard decisions to correct the failures of the opposite. Let me say clearly that I had indicated earlier that my friend and colleague was the one who had negotiated and signed, and he rebutted by telling me that he was a part of the administration that signed, but he was not the minister. So I apologize, but it's still a bad deal. I wonder who that was. I wonder who that was. Yeah, you remember? Remember? You can't recall. On the license, as I have said in the House previously, the global and economic situation has changed substantially since 2001, and we agree on that. Therefore, the license terms, which were renewed in 2015, were not suitable then and are even less suitable now. We agree on that. As a stark example of this, and one that was felt by every single Jamaican, was the failure of JPS in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. The delays in restoring power and the missed deadlines were unacceptable. A situation where, as minister, I had to intervene on behalf of the government to hold the JPS to account. More broadly, under this license, electricity prices remain among the highest in the region. We agree on that. This is intolerable, both for family budgets and our critical private sector, limiting the creation of jobs and economic prosperity. All because for too long, we have been locked into this legacy agreement, which does not work for a modern Jamaica. However, I am pleased to say, for the first time since 2015, this minister and this government has the opportunity to deliver real change. Change for the benefit of Jamaica and Jamaicans. I can assure you that we will do whatever it takes to do that. Whether it be through a newly negotiated license with the JPS or entirely new arrangements, we will not rest until we have an electricity sector our population and country deserves. So I won't say any more on that at this time, but to indicate that all options are on the table. All options are going to be reviewed, and Jamaica finally is going to benefit from the right negotiation by the right minister and the right government. The changes we will make to the license arrangements cannot be considered in isolation. JPS have done what they can do to manage a system with the constraints of a regulatory framework which is not suitable for a modern energy and electricity system. I thank their shareholders both for this and for their continuing to invest in Jamaica. However, the framework within which this license operates need to adapt. It doesn't provide the right incentives and it is failing the Jamaican people. The world has changed, technology has changed, and our expectations for energy provisions have changed. We cannot and will not continue with our electricity system which has such high costs, and we cannot continue with a system where 30% of the power is stolen. That is unacceptable. This is why the work of the Joint Select Committee, which I chair, and who are tasked with reviewing the Act, is so critical. We have consulted widely, encouraging participation from the public and industry alike, reviewing every aspect of the Act, strengthening our response to natural disasters, to options for reducing theft and losses, to considering competition where appropriate and regulation where it is not. Implementation of changes to the Act will be carried out in conjunction with changes to the license regime to ensure a holistic view is taken across the sector. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, it will not be easy, and the benefits will not come immediately. It will take time. Everybody must do their bit. We will shortly come forward with our plans, specifically in relation to the license. We, unlike our predecessors, will not miss the opportunity to reset the electricity sector for the benefit of the entire population. Again, I want to assure that as we did in the Joint Select, we had massive consultations from stakeholders and everybody. That has started through the consultant who is assisting us in the renegotiation for the license, and I commit not only to my opposition colleague and the opposition, that they will be brought to the table, as well as all who is listening who has an interest in the sector, because we are an inclusive government. But I would say that I'm not really in a rush to get to the opposition yet, because based on your antecedents and your performance with the first two licenses, I don't know what you would bring to the table now to assist me. I am sure that if something intervenes, on a particular date intervenes, that the people will choose Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I now turn to provide an update and offer clarification of Jamaica's house wiring and inspection program, a vital initiative aimed at improving household safety and expanding access to electricity for our most vulnerable citizens. Following a meeting held on April 22nd involving MSET, JSIF, and the Jamaica Public Service, a number of operational matters were raised ahead of the scheduled implementation date of May 1st. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to correspondence received from JPS, I wish to clarify a specific reference made in Ministry Paper 09/25, which outlines the revenue measures for 25-26 fiscal year. The paper currently states that the new prepaid electricity customers will be eligible for the credit facility during the 6 months immediately following the effective date of the policy. Importantly, the provision that the credit facility will terminate 11 months after the effective date remains unchanged. This means that a customer who becomes eligible in September 25, the final month of the 5th month window, will still receive the full 6-month credit benefit extended through to April 2026. I'm going to repeat that just for clarity and to make sure that my colleagues on the other side understand it So when they speak to it, we are speaking on the same page. Yeah, you hear, Fitz? You just come, you're late. Let me say again. Let me say again. Let me say again. The paper currently states that the new prepaid electricity customers will be eligible for the credit facility during the 6 months immediately following the effective date of the policy. Importantly, the provision that the credit facility will terminate 11 months after the effective date remains unchanged. This means that a customer who becomes eligible in September 25, the final month of the 5-month window, will receive the full 6-month credit benefit extending through to April 2026. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I must clarify the matter of program targets. The facility will support a maximum of 20,000 new prepaid customers. However, only those onboarded within the 5-month eligibility period between May and September will be accommodated. This approach ensures that the integrity of the program is maintained and aligned with the fiscal constraints. It is also important to note that the budget allocated for this initiative pertains specifically to 25-26 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, JPS has also taken the position that the prepaid credit is non-transferable. The credit will be assigned specifically to both the approved customer and the wired and certified premises. Should a customer relocate during the 6-month credit period, the remaining credit will be forfeited. Similarly, any new occupant of the vacated premises will not be eligible to claim the remaining benefit. Mr. Speaker, the House Wiring and Inspection Program is a meaningful step towards greater equity and access to the energy sector. These clarifications are important to ensure that the program is implemented efficiently, transparently, and in keeping with the objectives of social inclusion and responsible public financial management. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, Cabinet approved the National Electricity Loss Reduction Plan 24 to 34. Over the past 20 years, persistent losses have threatened grid stability and economic competitiveness. To combat this, JPS will invest $13.2 billion or 84 million US dollars over a 10-year period to improve its technical and commercial operations. Government oversight will include stricter regulations, penalties, public outreach, and training with the goal of reducing losses and renewing the system. The bill is
How does implementing 4R plans improve my operation?
The 4R principles are the right rate, the right time, the right place, and the right source. By making sure that we adequately cover these 4Rs, we're going to make sure the crop gets what it needs when it needs it and ensure the best yields and our best profitability.
supply chain. From 2024, Petrojam exported 4.5 million barrels of petroleum products, generating over 500 million US in export earnings, a landmark achievement in this regard. Mr. Speaker, is a new contract to supply Trinidad and Tobago with both high sulfur and very low sulfur fuel oil. This deal is expected to yield $14 billion Jamaican in export earnings, further strengthening Jamaica's energy trade position in the region. Despite some challenges, Petrojam continues to make a strong contribution to national revenue. The necessary steps will be assured to ensure that this continues. Over the next 3 to 5 years, Petrojam will focus on optimizing its existing operations while advancing cleaner energy solutions. Key elements of this strategy include production and supply of ultra-low sulfur diesel, expanding access to environmentally friendly fuels, strengthening the LNG supply to support energy diversification, advancing Jamaica's climate change agenda by implementing a comprehensive environmental, social, and governance program, driving the installation of solar systems, enhancing energy efficiency in refining operations, and increase the production of sustainable biofuels. Petrojam, Mr. Speaker, is progressing with its project to install facilities that will convert heavy fuel oil into asphalt, increasing monthly output from 4,000 barrels to 19,000 barrels. This project is scheduled for completion in the first quarter of 25-26, ensuring greater domestic availability and export potential. Petrojam aims to refine 8.2 million barrels of crude oil to meet domestic and export sale targets. The remaining supply will be supplemented by imported petroleum products and blend stock to ensure a stable and competitive energy market. In relation to oil and gas, Madam Speaker, in March 25, the production sharing agreement with United Oil and Gas was extended to January 2028 with an updated work program items for the agreement. The extension allows United Gas and Oil to continue de-risking the offshore prospects and continue their search for an exploration partner with the aim of drilling exploration wells with the drill or drop decision now due by January 2028. Again, I know that this matter has come out in the public domain several times, and the information that has come out is not accurate information. So I would just caution everybody to say that if and when we reap success, you will be the first to hear about it through the ministry. Move on to telecommunications. Madam Speaker, telecommunications sector plays a strategic role in bridging the digital divide, enhancing national digital infrastructure, and driving the transition to an inclusive, knowledge-based economy. Through agencies such as eLearning Jamaica Limited and the Universal Service Fund, this administration has invested no less than $5 billion in the past 4 years in providing Jamaicans across the length and breadth of Jamaica with improved access to technology. $5 billion in 4 years. As eLearning Jamaica proudly celebrates its 20th anniversary, we salute the agency for its commitment of integrating technology into the educational landscape. In the last financial year alone, and I would like everybody to listen to this, the last financial year of eLearning Jamaica, eLearning provided over 11,000 laptops and customized desktop computers for special needs students, as well as 1,100 projectors valued at $874 million, and deliveries continue. They did 800 interactive panels to over 700 institutions. Procured 400 charging cards valued at $73 million for the distribution to educational institutions to enhance device accessibility and mobility. Listen to this, Leader of Opposition. Provided 2,700 teachers. Provided 2,700 teachers with laptops under the Own Your Own Device program. Bring in the total number of beneficiaries under this program to 26,000 educators at a cost of 2.3 billion Jamaican dollars. 26,000 educators received at a cost of $2.3 billion under your own device. So 2,700 teachers, 26,000 educators. Madam Speaker, Through the e-learning Jamaica, the Jamaica Library Service received 400 laptops valued at 24 million Jamaican dollars to be used as part of digitization of libraries island-wide. The Early Childhood Commission was provided with 40 laptops, 2.4 million Jamaican dollars to enhance service delivery to their stakeholders. 200 laptops valued at 12 million Jamaican dollars provided to lecturers at UTEC for research and course delivery. 300 devices valued at $18 million were distributed to the Holy Trinity and Newell High Schools to improve literacy and numeracy for grade 7 students. And 50 devices valued at $2 million were donated to the Women's Crisis Center to support teen mothers to continue their education. The Universal Service Fund, through its Connect a Child and ICT device for individuals and organizations in need programs, supported e-learning Jamaica's activities by distributing 630 tablets valued at $20.8 million to students from low-income families to support their equal access to educational opportunities. 58. If you came to Parliament, more of you would know. If you came to Parliament, more of you would know. And if they listen more in Parliament, they could tell you. That's why I get, you know something, on a serious note. Those tablets that I gave out today has downloaded every ministry and agency's website and apps, etc., that you can press a button after I leave here today, and you can research all of this, and hopefully it will benefit all our constituents on both sides in short order. 58 ICT devices to needy citizens across Jamaica at a cost of $10.5. ICT devices, 58 of them valued at $7 million to organizations to enhance their technological capabilities. In addition, Mr. Speaker, 10 schools received coding and robotic kits to support STEM development activities, as well as training in artificial intelligence to enhance technological capabilities within educational institutions. And the University of West Indies received a state-of-the-art training facility to equip educators being trained by a school of education with the knowledge, skills, and tools needed to integrate new emerging technologies effectively in classroom instruction. Dubbed the Ignite Hub, that is innovate growth in the next generation instruction and technology education. The facility boasts advanced technology, virtual reality headsets to allow teachers to simulate real-life classroom scenarios, enhancing interactive learning strategies, motion tracking cameras to enable seamless hybrid learning, allowing lecturers to move freely while being tracked, interactive panels, AI-powered teaching assistants, adaptive learning platforms, and multimedia content creation software to support hands-on training. That is what happened before. For the upcoming financial year, e-learning will continue its work. Distribution of over 4,000 additional technological devices across all levels of public education sector, including special needs schools. Expansion of STEAM capacity building programs, including robotics, artificial intelligence, data protection, and coding workshops. Through the Universal Service Fund, 100% of the major townships across Jamaica have been outfitted with public Wi-Fi through the Connect Jamaica public Wi-Fi program, with 5 new public Wi-Fi hotspots being deployed.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the members' time for speaking having expired, and in tradition as to how we offer additional speaking time, I beg to move that his time being increased by 15 minutes to allow him to conclude his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The desired request for the extension of time for the member presenting. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, before you start, you have requested 15 minutes. We urge that you use 15 minutes. Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take up too much time, but when you look at the size of my portfolio and the good things that are happening, it would be a travesty to cut out this and not let the Jamaican people know what is happening. I ask you to use your conscience, sir, if you have one. Thank you very much, colleagues, for that. So, Madam Speaker, through Universal Service Fund, as I said, 100% of major townships have been connected to public Wi-Fi. For 25 new public Wi-Fi hotspots, Halfway Tree, Papine, Mandeville, Waterfront in Kingston, and Crossroads, those are on track and were completed in 2024-25 financial year. These activities are complemented by the Community Wi-Fi program, which was launched in 2020, whereby 315 community Wi-Fi hotspots valued at $1.2 billion have been successfully installed across all 63 constituencies, serving 235,000 active users across the island, and the numbers continue to grow. The 5th community Wi-Fi hotspot was installed in each of the 63 constituencies at the end of the 24-25. This means, Madam Speaker, that citizens across the length and breadth of Jamaica are not too far away from public provided Wi-Fi. This means that the digital divide is closing slowly but surely. We are not stopping there as we continue to allocate $1 billion each year to invest in the government's national broadband infrastructure. The government is delivering on its promise of a better Jamaica, commitment made, commitment fulfilled. However, it is not just about investing in technology. The people of Jamaica, and particularly the youth, are at the heart of what we do. For this reason, the Universal Service Fund continued its investment in Technology Advancement Program, the TAP program. The investment worth 210 million Jamaican dollars was executed in collaboration with the Amber Group and the Heart NSTA Trust, and saw a cohort 23-24 of the program graduating 236 unattached youth between the ages of 18 and 35 with ICT skills. They worked with the educational institutions to establish 30 ICT clubs in schools and host the second ICT club conference. Hosted a 4-week Crack the Code coding competition during the Youth and Technology Month for kids aged 12 to 21 to encourage digital skill development, and awarded 12 full scholarships valued at $13 million to support high-achieving students pursuing ICT undergraduate degrees at UE, UTEC, and UCC for the 24-25 academic year. Through these strategic initiatives, the government, through the Universal Service Fund, continues to drive digital inclusion, ensuring accessible, sustainable, and transformative ICT solutions for all Jamaicans as we strive to be a better Jamaica. Again, commitment made, commitment fulfilled. The Spectrum Management Authority responded to Jamaica's growing communications, fulfilling its mandate by issuing 212 new spectrum licenses, surpassing the KPI of 184. Renewed 547 licenses, exceeded the target of 481, successfully completing the public call for application for licenses in the 600 megahertz band, securing a potential $24 million in spectrum fees, US dollars, resolving 8 interference cases, ensuring the continued safety of aeronautical communication, and conducting frequency and modulation audits island-wide. In 25-26, they'll continue the modernization of the radar monitoring and direction find system to improve efficiency. Integration of AI and data mining for enhanced spectrum monitoring, establish strategic spectrum monitoring stations in key areas, including airports and airdromes. Strengthen evidence-based policy framework to support Jamaica's transition to an advanced wireless infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Beryl taught us some valuable lessons. An important one is the vulnerability of our communication infrastructure and its interdependence on other utilities. Last year, I was hard on our telecommunications service providers and even on the Office of Utilities Regulation, but only because, like all my colleagues here, I want the best for the country. Mr. Speaker, some promises are easy to keep, others require grit and hard work to see them to fruition. For this hurricane season and beyond, a more agile and robust response is anticipated. Our major telecommunication providers have promised to up their game by moving more equipment on island once an announcement of an impending hurricane is made, to invest in additional generators and solar technology to decrease dependency on a single source of energy and a greater uptime for all cell sites. Telecommunication providers and JPS have indicated that there will be even greater collaboration and coordination going forward in preparing and responding to ensuring swift recovery after natural disasters. I was advised that as of the 31st of March, an inter-utility hurricane simulation exercise was organized by the JPS with key stakeholders in the telecommunication industry and stakeholders involved with disaster preparedness and emergency management. Mr. Speaker, I think we will definitely see much improvement. We are hoping and praying that we don't have a weather event, but we will, because I'm sure that they don't want to face me for a second year, because this time I'll be coming bigger, badder, and harder. Mr. Speaker, I could not speak here today without addressing two things. First is theft and vandalism for our telecommunications service providers, which they complain about the additional costs imposed on their businesses because of theft and vandalism of telecommunication infrastructure. Earlier this year, operators were faced with a bill of more than $200,000 through one act of vandalism, while the current penalties in law for these nefarious actions are a mere fraction of the cost. But today, Madam Speaker, laid on the table of the House is another commitment fulfilled as Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act, which was tabled today in the House, promises a significant increase in the penalties under the Telecommunications Act for trespassing, meddling, interfering, or tampering with any telecommunications facility. We are waging the war on serious crimes and wanton criminality, and we are winning. And we intend to do the same here with theft and vandalism of equipment. The government promised a better Jamaica. Again, commitment made, commitment fulfilled. Let me close by just giving you a brief update. The status of the third domestic mobile telecommunication provider. I had a meeting last week with the EU ambassador and the European banks, and I was heartened that they could give me a confirmation that a recommendation will go to the board of the bank for the funding for the third telecom provider, which Rock Mobile. We have gotten several extensions because of not being able to roll out COVID and other factors. And we have been very sympathetic because we understand the landscape. But this is the first time that I can stand here in Parliament and indicate that I was given the assurance, and I'm expecting to get a letter stating that in short order once the bank, the approval of the board, but the recommendation is there. So we look forward to that, because that also will do big things in terms of improving service in unserved areas, and of course giving options to consumers in the near future. So I don't want to preempt, but I think it's important that the country knows, and I look forward to updating you. Mr. Speaker, I'm closing on the last portfolio responsibility. I saved the best for last. And that is one that makes my heart full, and that is transportation. Let me start with the rural school bus program. Children in rural Jamaica, and every member of parliament represents a rural constituency, and those who represent an urban constituency, know that every morning when the school children finally get to the bus stop, coming from deep interior areas, using all forms of transportation to get there, the first thing that they are met with, a cry across the taxi stand or the bus park. No schoolers, no schoolers, no schoolers. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Because the transport operators want to make maximum, and therefore they want to take the adults that pay the higher fare. This is something that has plagued Jamaica forever. These are harsh words that greet all the children across Jamaica every morning and every afternoon. This back to school September morning, I am going to ensure that the shout that is going to greet them at the taxi stand and the bus stand, schoolers only. Schoolers only. A dedicated rural transportation system. What a day that this will be. What a day for all of us. Because let me make it clear. When the school bus pull up, nobody not asking what them support, what party them parents support, because them can't vote. It is going to be non-partisan. It is going to be operated and driven by data from the Ministry of Education, and the JUTC does the operational side of it. But I will get to that. It's not about only a dedicated school bus. What comes with the school bus? An automated fare collection system that will provide safe, efficient, convenient, and hassle-free payment for students. No cash. You swipe your card just like when you tap a phone card, whatever. A driver monitoring system that allows for driver monitoring via infrared, because we have to make sure that the children are being driven by a competent, safe driver. That driver will be trained by the JUTC and the Hard Trust NSA, and will have to undergo a police clearance to make sure that they have no history or record. A geofencing of the routes. An established system will provide an alert if there's any deviation of the bus from the assigned route. Speed control. The system will be able to monitor the speed and alert the ministry and JUTC if it crosses the threshold. So if you want to call it a speed sensor, you can call it that. A seamless parental control. Parents and the schools will get access to a user-friendly parental portal via an app that provides bus schedules, routes, and real-time tracking information allowing parents to plan and monitor their child's transportation to and from school. More importantly, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, and all of Jamaica, every morning that a parent send a child to school, they pray from the time they walk out to the time they get back in, because there are so much challenges that they are going to face all through that day, that when they come home, it is a sigh of relief. For that, we are going to have an attendance tracking, which will track students' attendance on the buses, maintaining accurate records and accountability to ensure that no students are left behind or misplaced during transit. Too many children have died on our roads from school in passenger pub. Well, I know I'm going to get the time. Oh, no.
Minister, I know you said that you're wrapping up, but you're still presenting. We are going to give you 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I will do, based on this, my experience today, is next year, when I'm back here, I'm going to start with transport. I'll leave the rest. Madam Speaker, too many children have died on their way to school and from school in public passenger vehicles. Additionally, they are harassed, preyed on, endangered, and many have been subjected to lap up in buses or be left on the road while seeking transportation to and from schools. This government, under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Michael Honis, will be rolling out phase 2 of the dedicated rural school bus system to minimize the misery index of our rural students and parents and enhance their safety during daily commute. The continued rollout is scheduled for the start of the 25 September school year, and will see dedicated school buses being provided to approximately 258 of the 850 rural schools, which is just about 30% of the rural population. A drop in the bucket, Mr. Speaker, but we are on a mission. I want to pause here to say that without the collaboration and joined up government approach of the Ministry of Education, starting with the Minister of Education, the Permanent Secretary, and the Director of Safety, Richard Troop, this would not be possible. They have given us the data and they are working with us assiduously to make this a reality. So phase 1 will be 60 buses deployed in September 25 and the other 40 by January school morning 2026. But you know, everybody talk and say, boy, announcements are great and grandeur. Everybody in Jamaica and everybody in this house know that I don't do that. If I tell you something will happen, it's on train. And I can tell you that up to today, we were, before I left to come to Parliament, we were in discussions with PPC to amend the submission, and we are hoping that we will get the go-ahead to be able to go to Cabinet as early as Monday, to be able to get the buses here, to be able to start to do what needs to be done to them, so that they will be ready for September morning. It's not about buying the buses. That's the easy part. It's about making sure they are refurbished, retrofitted, and they are outfitted with the technology. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear. The government is not competing with rural taxi operators. We are making it easier, safe, and more secure for our students to be transported. This well-being is no competition, Mr. Speaker, we must simply safeguard our future. The buses provided will be only for students. They will not carry other passengers. Therefore, it is not a threat to the economic livelihood of transport operators. There is more than enough why the kids can't get a bus, a transport in the morning. But this is the most important part, Mr. Speaker, for me. And that is the savings. The savings, Madam Speaker, will be subsidized, Mr. Speaker. And currently, the JUTC has a subsidized student fare, which is between $30 and $50 for students, depending on the trip. This is going to be extended to rural Jamaica, which means that the current fare for each student in rural Jamaica, depending on the distance, is between 150 and 300 Jamaican dollars per student per trip. So that will be $300 to $600 per day per student. And we all know that most rural families have more than one child. In some cases, I have the experience of parents coming to me to seek assistance because if not, they have to decide which one of the children look the brightest and invest the money in that, and the rest of them stay home. I see you looking at me, leader, but it's a fact. You may not know it, I'm telling you. And it happens all across. So in this new dispensation, the fare for a round trip per student will be between 60 Jamaican dollars and $100 per day. You just imagine what that can do in terms of allowing more students to go to school to get the opportunity to get an education. What is going to be even more is that is $6,000, sorry, $3,000 per week in savings. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is an 83% reduction. And no politician and no member of parliament and no Jamaican should ever bad mind a system that can do this for rural families. So I am calling and making an appeal to leave the politics out of the picnic and business, especially with the election on the night. It is not worth it. Let us work together on this one. So therefore, Madam Speaker, for the school year, the savings can be $60,000 per term by using the rural school bus children. For the school year, that is $180,000 a year. And that gives us 180,000 reasons to ensure, despite whatever people will say about the buses, we will not allow the negativity and pessimism to cause the school bus system to be delayed. And I'm making a call to all of my colleagues here. When you hear it from misguided people, deal with it right away. When you hear them talk about the age of the bus, the mileage of the bus broke down when it not broke down, that is simply evil and bad mind. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, I won't advise the parents on how to spend the savings that will come from the rural school bus system. Whether it is to buy a Pro Box or saving for some other aspiration. What is undoubtable is that we are making a tangible impact on the cost of living for rural families across Jamaica that will allow more children to go to school in a safer, more economic way. They deserve it, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how some of them do it, coming from where they are coming from and the distance. So let us agree to accept. The last thing I will say on that is that the regional offices of the Ministry of Education are responsible for routing and the assignment of the buses. I am calling on every member of parliament, because it will affect every parish, to have your own discussions give your own concerns and your own advice as to what you think is best to make sure that at the end of the day, we have the input from the Ministry of Education, the JUTC, and of course, the representatives at the end of the day. You never hear me say a while ago about bad mind. You never heard what I said about bad mind. Why you wishing drop down?
Minister.
Why you wishing drop down?
Stick to your time.
All right, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close on the JUTC because I could stay here. What time is it now? I could give you another hour.
Please don't take another hour.
All right, I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you. All right, so, Madam, Mr. Speaker, JUTC has taken decisive steps to improve efficiency, ease commuter experience, accessibility, and affordability. All the buses are already on the ship. That means June 25 next month, 100 new buses will arrive and be delivered in Jamaica. It is important to know that 10% of these buses will be specifically made for the disabled community. Yes. Additionally, we have 46 midlife buses, 16 Golden Dragon, 9 meter, what we call hill route, and 30 Volvo articulated buses are being refurbished at a cost of 10 million US dollars respectively. I want to thank Minister Favour Williams and former Minister Clark for these buses. The first 100, Minister Clark, and the second 100, Minister Williams and Minister Clark. We will be in a position to improve the hill routes, which is East Rural St. Andrew, West Rural St. Andrew. We will be in a position to expand more routes in the JUTC, which we have already done, Morant Bay, Yallas, Maypen, and Old Harbour. Premium peak hour routes have also been added to support workers, students, and general traveling public. Not to mention that it will serve the new Morant Bay Urban Center. The ministry will be adding to this development. 10 schools within the parish of St. Thomas are set to benefit from rural school bus system with the allocation 10 schools with 7 buses. Yeah, as soon as we say. This. So many goodies. So, Mr. Speaker, we also have buses that are being tested. We have electric buses, 6 of them, and we have 1 range extender electric bus which can go up to 1,600 kilometers. So we're looking at how we can improve efficiency. I could not come down on JUTC, Mr. Speaker, without speaking about the savings on fuel at JUTC. Yes. We know, Mr. Speaker, the total savings over the 7-month period is over $485 million, which was spent on diesel versus $301 million. So CNN clearly demonstrates a cost advantage of clean fuel technologies. What is more important, we're not only taking steps to reduce operational costs, but in a bid to protect company assets, a joint operation between the JUTC and the JCF have led to multiple arrests and seizures, which have resulted in tangible outcomes, such as a significant reduction in fuel deliveries to Spanish Town Depot following the January crackdown. Fuel loads fell from 8 loads, 254,000 liters in December, and 7 loads, 222,000 liters in January, to just 1 load, 31,000 liters in February 25. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, since then, deliveries have stabilized at 4 loads, 127,000 per month in March and April. This is attributed to the disruption of theft operations. So you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that are being saved, Mr. Speaker. I wrap up now by just indicating aviation, and I'll speak on that and close. Our airports are critical drivers of Jamaica economic growth. Between 25 and 29, 372 million US is earmarked for capital investment, with AAJ's direct investment in 25-26 accounting for 53 million. Additionally, AAJ is investing in critical shoreline protection for Norman Manley with 658 million seawall. The AAJ is actively pursuing several strategic airport projects. Line Dencham Airdrome at a cost of 2.9 million US, which is at PIAB. Prime Minister, you asked me about it recently. Holland Bamboo Airstrip, reactivation for tourism and regional connectivity. Ken Jones Airdrome assessing expansion potential. And within alignment with the Prime Minister's 23 budget announcement, Tinsipen relocation and the Negril Airport development. 39 million US dollars initial investment, a $460 million investment. A public-private partnership model is being explored to establish an international airport at Little London, Westmoreland. Mr. Speaker, I have more to say, but I will say it in another forum, possibly a press conference, because I'm not going to over a statement by ministers. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I had no doubt that I was going to run out of time, but I promise those portfolio areas that have not been addressed that I will do a statement by ministers. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, let it be known that the Ministry and Government is not merely charting a course. We are blazing a trail. We are laying the foundation for a future where every Jamaican has access to power and technology, the security of sustainable energy and science, the promise of seamless connectivity, and the freedom of reliable modern transport. This is not just about infrastructure, it's about impact. It's not just about innovation, it's about inclusion, and it's not just about development. It's about delivering transformation that touches every corner of this country and every life within it. So to the people of Jamaica, I say this government is not waiting for the future to happen. We are building it boldly, deliberately, and together. Madam Speaker, the work continues. The mission is clear: innovating for a sustainable future, advancing science, energy, telecommunications, and transport. I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to continuing to work for the transformation of this country under the leadership of the Andrew Michael Holness administration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the House has been treated to an excellent performance by the Minister, and we know that he wasn't able to complete all that he had to say, but as he has correctly said, statements by ministers will offer him the opportunity to complete that. Mr. Speaker, the next speaker is the member from St. Andrew East Central and former leader of the opposition and minister of government.
Member from St. Andrew East Central. You are allotted the first 30 minutes as it is on the clock. I suggest you use it very wisely because I know you're a man of time. And then we can speak of the rest. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like your indulgence to permit me to speak from a seat other than my own?
You do.
Big Rob, easy. Mr. Speaker, I really should thank, if it is appropriate, I really should thank the leader of the opposition and the leader of opposition business, who both conspired to urge me to participate in this debate because I was not so minded. But after careful consideration, I decided to take part. Even you, Mr. Speaker, would have heard that time come. Or at least is coming. Elections are due, and all things being equal, this will likely be my last opportunity to contribute to a debate in this House, having been a member.
Cloud sync.
Place where I started in 1989. I entered this House in 1994, May, by way of a by-election. And in a sense, there are many people responsible for that decision to come to the House. In 1989, the Most Honorable Michael Manley said to me, "We are going to win the election, and you can either come as an advisor or come to the Senate and join at Jamaica House." And I said, well, I would come to the Senate. I was at the university and I sought to get leave, which I thought would be short-lived. And it turned out that 35 years after, I am in this House. So I suppose I could thank Michael Manley for that in part. But in truth, I am here because of the people of East Central St. Andrew, who have chosen to return me time and time again. And indeed, I have already handed over responsibility for the PNP organization, which is currently chaired by Councillor Dennis Gordon of the Maxfield Park Division, whom I have every confidence will replace me in this chamber as the Member of Parliament for East Central St. Andrew. I hear he has 2 candidates from the JLP. It's almost like North Central, St. Andrew. I am actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, my friend, the Member of Parliament for North Central, St. Andrews isn't here, because he's my good friend. And I have had occasion to campaign against him I have had occasion to campaign with him. And I was wondering this time what I would have to do. But sufficient unto the day. I want to also thank my family who have stood with me over the years. My wife, Sandra, is currently overseas. At least one of us have to work for money. And I have one son who, for his sins are mine, has chosen to participate in the political process and is the member for Northwest Manchester. And I have one son in the gallery who is here, Luke, who is also planning to work for money. I want to also thank the staff of the House over the years. The speakers, I have the first speaker I think that I served with was Violet Nielsen. And of blessed memory, and then Carl Marshall, Michael Peart. There are others. You were one speaker, probably as was the member for South Trelawney. And we have had a varied group of persons, but I thank all of them for their service, the clerks of the House, beginning with the Venerable Edley Deans onwards. And I thank them also for their help. All of us here, and I certainly want to recognize my personal staff. Yvonne Lawrence has been with me from the very first day I went to office at Jamaica House in 1989 to this day. And Angela Amir from 1997 when I went to the Ministry of Transport and Works to this day. I think I want to touch an issue that I think affects others in the House. My driver, employed to the Parliament, has been with me from 1989 to this day. Richard Gordon. But the thing is, when I leave, I have the expectation of a pension paid by the government of Jamaica, all things being equal. But our parliamentary drivers don't get a pension, and it is something that needs to be remedied. So I leave it, it's important. It can't be right for people to work 30-odd years and then be at the mercy of just the goodwill of others. I'd like also to express appreciation to the People's National Party and to the numerous comrades and friends of the party, because truthfully, it is because of the loyalty and support of the party, not mentioned in the Constitution, but all of us on both sides are enabled because of that support. But I also want to speak to the friendships that have developed on both sides of the house. I find myself at a disadvantage now, and I know it's time to step because I have to be asking my colleagues, who is that? Who is that? Who is that one over there? I know I could come more often, but you know, when that started happening, you kind of figure, well, it's time. I know Desmond because we go way, way back. But truthfully, and this is really where I want to stand, many friendships have been developed over the years. And I am convinced that despite the differences of political philosophy, despite the differences in temperament, maybe, we are by and large in this house on both sides seeking the same objectives, the improvement of the lot of the Jamaican people. I can't speak to every single individual, but it is, and it has been a privilege to have been a part of this house, often misunderstood by persons on the outside, often demeaned by ourselves on occasion, but generally we have pursued the interests of the Jamaican people. Despite the limitations of time which you so urgently warned me of, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some thoughts, some of the lessons that I believe I have learned regarding the processes of governance as I have observed our operations over the years. I hesitated, as I said earlier, and still hesitate, because we are close to elections, and in the fervid atmosphere of elections and election fever, some might take offense, and I have many friends in this house on both sides of the aisle whose friendship I'd like to sustain. But fundamentally, this is my starting point. Namely, that it is worth sustaining our sense of collective purpose in this house. This parliament, which emerged after universal adult suffrage was achieved in 1944, was the result, is the result of a common striving for rights by the Jamaican people, which gave rise to two main political parties which survive to this day. One rooted primarily in terms of its origins in the labor movement, and the other in the demand for a national movement for independence. In Jamaica's case, it is worth noting that when the terms of the Jamaican Constitution were settled by a committee of this House that was chaired by the then Premier, Norman Manley, he invited the then leader of the opposition, Sir Alexander Bustamante, to travel with him to London, where the final agreements regarding the structure and content of the independence constitution were settled jointly. We need to think about that. It was a joint endeavor in the end to achieve statehood, to achieve nationhood. And it was a shared endeavor. There was no requirement. He could have set it off by himself at the time. Maybe there are those who say he should have. I don't share that view. Because there's a point for us to, there's an example for us to observe, recognize. And that is the main point that I want to emphasize. That the overarching lesson of our years as an independent nation lies in the fact that all our great accomplishments as a nation have been the result of our collective endeavors. And I think this has been understood for the most part by all our leaders, for the most part. Nothing highlights this more, to my mind, than our efforts to reduce public debt and achieve sustained economic growth. The latter part of that mission has not yet been achieved. We have not secured high levels of economic growth necessary to deliver on the aspirations of the Jamaican people for a better life. As I listened to the member from West Portland describe the savings purportedly, you know? You know, I won't fault it because, you know, we all have so many histories, some like a private histories, some of which I won't share. No, because, you know, I'm not going into all those. Look here, man. There are so many histories. Okay. You know, which could have gone in all kinds of directions. You stay the course. You made me understand some basic things. Comrade is a comrade. And no, I can't, no, man.
That's about 5 minutes. We have to get back in the Or is it 10?
What are the basic facts of our, and I say that with respect to the reduction of the public debt. It's one of our great accomplishments as a country, and to be shared. But what are the facts? For decades, especially since the global economic upheavals resulting from the oil price shocks of 1973, Jamaica has been faced with a problem of large current account deficits in our balance of payments. And collectively, we sought to borrow our way to manage, to compensate for these current account deficits. This led to a buildup of unsustainable public debt, low growth, high levels of poverty. As a consequence of these fiscal and monetary imbalances, Jamaica entered into successive IMF programs between 1977 and 1995. 20 years almost. Yes, including the 80s, from that whole period, one of the longest continuous periods of IMF supervision, so to speak. Public debt ballooned to in excess of 200% of GDP in the 1980s and brought down in the 90s into about 80% of GDP by the mid-90s, but we were still vulnerable and susceptible to external shocks and to climate-related shocks. The financial crisis of the 1990s, which was resolved without resort to external borrowing, resulted in a massive buildup of the debt, domestic, but public debt. And then the Great Recession of 2008 resulted again in the need to seek external supports because, in a sense, the debt levels are already too high. We all know what was attempted in that first, in the agreement, the standby agreement of 2010, which involved the first debt exchange, the Jamaica debt exchange, the divestment of loss-making enterprises, fiscal restraint, public sector wage restraint, and an attempt to wrestle our public finances into better shape. That program went off course in 2011. Having been agreed to in 2010, it was off course by 2011. The issue here is not to assign blame, but to highlight the factors that led to the success of the IMF program that was entered into in 2013. The fact is that while much has been focused on the contribution of then Prime Minister, Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, and myself, in my view, much of the commentary misses the essential element that resulted in the success of that program. What we miss is the significance of the united national effort that was involved. Don't minimize, we should never minimize the extent of the sacrifice of the public sector workers who had already endured 3 years of wage freeze and who signed on to 3 more years because they wanted to see their country get out of the vice of fiscal non-performance. Don't underestimate either the commitment of the bondholders, the pensioners who had invested in Jamaican debt, banks and other investors, domestic and overseas, who agreed to take another haircut. Simply put, because they recognized they couldn't be paid, but decided to stick with the program. Nor should we ignore the extent of the taxation and the tax burdens. My good friend, the member for Northeast Manchester, tossed all kind of epithets every time I was having pangs of fear every time I had to come to the house and announce a further tax package to the country. He called me Papa Tax at the time. But it was the requirement of the program. In fact, it was a prior condition that we had to close a fiscal gap that was left hanging. And what is, well, the Prime Minister went to Mandeville to promise bitter medicine in the campaign. Gave us a lecture about castor oil and eucalyptus oil. I understood his pain at the time. Sobering, yes. What I have written, member from West Portland, is that on the day, well, you have to buy the book. On the day that I closed the debate in the 2013 budget debate, I had to call the fund the day before. I said I had 2 speeches prepared. I had opened the debate with a promise of external funding from the fund, but the board had not yet met. It had been a long drawn out. And I said, I can give one. I can close the debate in the normal way. I closed the debate on the Wednesday. I called the managing director on the Monday. I said, I have 2 speeches. I can close the debate in the normal way. But if the board does not sign off, I will be left with no option but to come to Parliament and resign because I can't finance a budget. The board agreed on the Tuesday to the program, which enabled me to close the debate in the normal way on the Wednesday. It was that close. But the truth is, it was the collective sacrifice made by the Jamaican people up to that point that had convinced them in Washington that the whole country was behind the program. And in a time when the world economy is posing tremendous threats to the survival of small countries like ours, as we degenerate into a world of normlessness and an elimination of the rules-based order. It is only this spirit of collective national resolve that is going to see us through these troubled times that are upon us now. It didn't happen. This sense of engaging in the public was not purely accidental, but it was the result of a deliberate decision to engage the population. Otherwise, they would never understand what the challenges were. And it was this willingness to be fully transparent that gave rise to the decision to establish EPOC. That's it. Okay. But he's generous. Because that was an example not just of oversight, but it unified all the stakeholders. You tell me it was short.
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move in the traditional sense for an additional 15 minutes to enable him to complete his presentation.
The desired request is on the floor for the speaker, current speaker, an additional 15 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? Mr. Presenter, you have 15 minutes. Member from St. Andrew East Central. Your mic, please. Your mic. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Much obliged to you and the members of the House. But it wasn't only EPOC. There was the Matalan Committee. The tax reform effort was spearheaded by the stakeholders, and we must give them tribute. And the various sectoral groups, including the Tax Committee of Parliament, which I believe has only met on that occasion to consider. It's provided for in the standing orders twice, but ministers of finance have not wanted to use it. yeah. But we probably should. But it was this broad-based national effort. While we have achieved some measure of fiscal discipline and balance, we have not managed to secure the growth in incomes and productivity that we need, as I've said. Economic growth is the logical and obvious preoccupation of the entire country, which has nevertheless eluded us thus far. Despite the Economic Growth Council and the 5 in 4, maybe, Mr. Speaker, this would be an area for broad-based institutional collaboration among the nation's stakeholders, building on the earlier experiences of the National Planning Council. Just like how the Matalan-led Committee on Tax Reform helped usher in a period of investment activity and profitability, maybe an analogous, not a one-sided political grouping, but an analogous national grouping could help provide us with a blueprint for growth that the entire country could log on to and buy into. The success of successive INF programs lies in the fact that the country achieved the discipline to set targets and make those targets happen. We shouldn't need the IMF to cause us to study for an exam, because we'll do that from a long time. But we need to have the discipline to set targets for what we need to do and hold ourselves as a country accountable for those targets. The elements of the growth agenda are clear. Education has to be the foundation of what we need to do. And You know, it's another example, fleeting, short-lived. But when after the Ray Davis committee reported on educational reform, Eddie Seaga and PJ Patterson agreed that it would be a joint endeavor. But it lasted, we didn't sustain the effort. The finances weren't forthcoming and crises came upon us. But education remains the fundamental starting point. Lower energy prices, I am pleased that in that regard, that's the second element, and in that regard, there's a recognition that there is need for some national collaboration. Public sector reform seems to be forgotten, but necessary as a critical third element. It still takes too long to achieve critical decisions within the public sector. Too long. We have to modernize agriculture. We need to incentivize capital investment for companies which suggests another round of tax reforms. We need to incentivize the investment in fixed capital, but also in human capital, in training. There needs to be some sort of tax relief for companies that engage in on-the-job training of their members. And we need to recognize now that we have to develop industrial policy. We have to pick winners and develop industrial policies for those sectors that are going to make the economy grow. We can do it. And we can do it if we set ourselves the quarterly tests, not the fund. If we set ourselves the quarterly tests in each of these areas so that Jamaica can become the gem of the Caribbean, achieving 5 and 6% growth that is needed if we're going to narrow the gap between ourselves and our other regional partners. There are some other areas and examples of our collective effort. Perhaps the most significant one and most salutary and inspiring is the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. Maybe many in the current leadership of the House or in the House may not be aware of the history that gave rise to the ECJ. The immediate antecedents go back to the suspicions and complaints about how enumeration was done in 1967-66. You had prescribed areas and non-prescribed areas with different modes of registration. You could remember all of that. There was the gerrymandering of constituency boundaries, and all of that led ineluctably, inevitably into political violence, which became unbearable. Thankfully, good sense prevailed. With the encouragement and prodding of other stakeholders, the parties decided to establish the Electoral Advisory Committee, the precursor to the currently existing ECJ. The structure of the EAC and subsequently the Electoral Commission is important, with a mix of party representatives, the so-called nominated members, and the independent members, the selected members. For it reflected the fact that it wasn't just the parties that needed a clean system, it was the country as a whole that needed a clean system. But more importantly, I think, Mr. Speaker, is that the formation of the EAC gave impetus to the transformation of what I call a dangerously partisan political culture that had developed. The countless hours spent by political representatives together trying to make the system work, to identify people of independence acceptable to both sides, having been, once we had been consulted by the governor, various governors general. We recognize that no one party in office should try to exercise ownership over the body politic. Rather, we would recognize that we were joint tenants in a collective national endeavor. Changes, new institutions were built. A peace agreement in 1989 was signed by then Prime Minister Seaga, just before the elections, and leader of the opposition, soon to be Prime Minister, Michael Manley. The Political Ombudsman Act was formed in 2002, and I can speak to that because I spent many hours myself, having been designated by Prime Minister Patterson to meet with Mr. Seaga to settle on an appropriate office holder. It took literally months before we settled on Hera Blair as the person to be chosen. We established conventions that required Parliament to cede its authority to the ECJ regarding electoral matters, including the determination of parliamentary boundaries. The result has been a growing confidence in our electoral system, the virtual elimination of political violence, and an enhanced reputation for Jamaica's electoral democracy in the world at large. Against this background of history, I don't know myself how it could occur to one side to eliminate the political ombudsman, which had been constructed so carefully by decades of political discussion and togetherness. You were part of the EAC. You know what it took, and others here too. We can do better than that. Let us not forget the lessons of our history. Even more, it flies in the face of our traditions of governance for one side to abrogate to itself the authority to create a new parish all by itself without any consideration. Remember, because the heroes of our democracy are on both sides. Hear me? When in 1983, the PNP boycotted the elections. Like it, don't like it, right or wrong. 83. You were born. You would have been. No, forget it. What was significant was that Eddie Seaga amended the law to enable the PNP to participate in the EAC by saying the person who was previously leader of the opposition would have the rights and we continue to function. There were lots of inter-party discussions that took place. Eddie Seaga, who had all the seats in the House, consulted about the appointment of the independent senators. At the time, it was a recognition that despite that there was this jolt in it, it was important to preserve the collectivity of our endeavor. nationhood, Mr. Speaker, is not the result of sharing geographic space. Indeed, history is replete with examples of people sharing the same territory, but not able to achieve nationhood and engaging in destructive conflict with each other. We see what happened in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, Serbia, Bosnia, where ethnicity and religion paralyzed the possibilities of nationhood. In Northern Ireland, building the Jamaican nation requires the application of good governance, principles of accountability, transparency, integrity. It must also be premised on principles of participation, giving citizens an opportunity to be part of the decision-making process, inclusiveness and equity, and a sense of social justice. The essence of nation building is the creation of shared loyalties and trust in authority and political structure. Most of all, we have to trust each other. And let me just say this. I see a hole in your hammer. Hold on. I crave your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I need just 2 minutes of your time.
Speaker, member, your time, your additional time is up, but we will allow you an extra 5 minutes to complete. You may continue.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. Let me just make this point, Mr. Speaker. In seeking to build this collective ethos, the integrity of the political leadership of the country must not be in doubt. It is vital if we are to build trust. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I am not proclaiming that the Integrity Commission is right in all they do or supporting this or that, but I am saying that if we are to mobilize people to achieve great things, they must believe that us collectively are people of honor, goodwill, and trustworthy. And so we, as much as anybody else, need an integrity commission that works, because it is that which will assure the country that we inside here are people who can be trusted by and large. And we need that, because we do as much damage to each other with allegations as anybody else. So we need the independent body, but that body needs to function. It needs to be independent, and I'm not claiming that they function well. They are irritants over simple matters at times. But the hardware of nation building is important. Roads, functioning water systems, ports, airports. As important, however, is the software of the human relationships, the shared attitudes and values of our people, the treatment that we get as citizens at a bank, at a police. How workers and management relate to each other, how we share the benefits of our productive effort, how we protect people's access to good health care good education, security, etc. In that vein, while we applaud the reduction in murders, it's not the same thing as peace in our communities. There is still too much mayhem on the streets. The disaster that was meted out to that nurse lady tells us what can happen, and it happens too frequently. Police and youth in conflict, teachers, parents at war, not to mention students. There have been national calls for values and attitudes to be improved. Against this backdrop, it is hard for me to explain why the Crime Management Oversight Committee, which is the result of not only bipartisan but national effort, including private sector, academics, etc., why has it been abandoned? We should not make our differences of party affiliation or the quest for power blind us to the fact that essentially we all in here, for the most part, seek the same objectives: a better quality of life for the Jamaican people. And in nation building, we need to go together. As we have learned from history, one hand can't clap. It has been an honor and a privilege, Mr. Speaker, to have served in this House. And I thank God Almighty and the Jamaican people who have made it possible. I pray that as we go forward as a nation, we will remember the lessons of our history and seek where we can to unite the Jamaican people and not divide them on any basis, whether political, social, racial. Jamaican people, for the most part, simply want the benefits of modern society: a good education, access to first-rate health care, safety and security, a good school bus system, yes, a good school bus system that works and don't break down on the road. And a social and physical environment that affirms our humanity. Yes, we have underinvested in justice. No, we have over a long period of time. We may have different views about programs and policies, but ultimately the objectives ought to be the same. And we must learn to collaborate if we are to thrive as a nation. I want to thank God Almighty and all my friends in the Parliament, past and present, for the opportunity to have served. May God bless you all in your endeavors as you go forward, and may God bless Jamaica. Long live. I hope that
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that this Honorable House has been treated to not just a dissertation on the historic growth and development of this great institution that we know, enjoy, and venerate. And some even of the elements of that institution, which is now the EOJ, which is a model to the world. It certainly had its early years with the benefit of ideas from members of this Honorable House of the past, and indeed even of some in the present, such as the member from East Central St. Andrew. I want to thank him for the perspective that he gave, and we want to wish him well as he goes into the next phase of his contribution to this great country and to cosmic Earth. You know, interestingly, as I congratulated him a while ago, I recall the period before he actually got into this Honorable House, when I was instructed by the then Prime Minister to visit the then leader of the opposition, Michael Manley, at his Washington residence to discuss the issues of the constitutional reform as early then as in 1983. And I met Peter Phillips then, and the then leader, Most Honorable Michael Manley, said to me, "That's a good man, work with him." At that time, we were around just about the same age. and that's why he could speak the way he did a while ago, because we worked with him from a different perspective, respected each other, and appreciated the contribution that each had to make in our space. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of this debate until Tuesday, the 27th of May at 2 p.m. Mr. Speaker,
The required request of the suspension of the sectoral debate until the 27th of May 2025 is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg for the recommittal of all the items on the agenda except for public business as it related to the debates, but certainly in the flow of the activities, public business will then allow for the activities under that rubric. Mr. Speaker, I would also, to preempt your process, indicate that we will have some statement by ministers, 3 in all, and I will ask your permission for that to pursue as the moment arrives. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The desired request for us to have a recommittal to the agenda as it is, with the exception of public business. Those, it is now on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Statement by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, is it intended to have 3 statements today? One by the Minister of Gender, Culture, Sports, and Entertainment, another by the Minister with responsibility for works, and a third by the Minister of Labor and Social Security. I may it please you, Mr. Speaker, to invite the members to speak in that order.
The request is on the floor as per the statement made by the leader of government business, and we'll take the speakers in order. Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I make my presentation through you, I want to say respect to Dr. Peter Phillips and to wish you all the best. And just to indicate that we have had some good times together. I just want to, a little anecdote. In Spanish Town, there were, as usual, problems. And I was in the grill at a JCAP retreat, a retreat of composers, authors, and publishers. And Dr. Peter Phillips at the time, who was the Minister of National Security, insisted that I get to Spanish Town to treat with some of the issues that were there. And they sent the helicopter for me. And of course, my driver didn't want to be left in Montego in the grill. So he turned up with me to get on the helicopter. But he was so big that the pilot said to him, "I'm very sorry, but we can't take you." I'll never forget that story. Raymond was so deflated. But I just want to thank you for your service to Jamaica. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I come to this House today, as I've done on so many other occasions, to speak out against violence against women and to recruit more members of our society in the important mission to end violence against women and girls. I know the entire House will join me in condemning the most recent acts of violence against women that have been brought to public notice, including the horrific killing of 9-year-old Kelsey Farragon from my constituency, the University of Technology student Anissa Dilworth, who was reported missing and whose body was recently discovered, and the seemingly random, brutal attack on a defenseless nurse by a coward holding a gun. The viral video of the attack on the nurse has quite rightly angered the nation and was the motivation for demonstrations towards ending violence against women and girls yesterday. I attended the advocacy walk against violence towards women and girls, along with other members of this parliament, the Honorable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, and also Dr. Christopher Tufton. We went to listen, we went to commiserate, and to express our commitment to protecting women, punishing perpetrators of violence, and ending the violence. We can end the violence, Mr. Speaker, but it requires all of us to end the violence. Each of us has a role to play. Therefore, I welcome the advocacy and expressions of the Nurses Association of Jamaica, the Jamaica Midwives Association, the Enrolled Nurses Association, all health professionals, and others who participated in the walk against violence towards women and girls. I know the House will join me in expressing solidarity with the victims and their families, with their friends and the communities, and also in condemning, in the strongest sense, the despicable violence committed against them. Can you imagine a 9-year-old being raped and then strangled to death? Violence against women and girls takes many forms, including homicide, rape, or acts causing or tending to cause danger to life or bodily harm, domestic violence, sexual harassment, and abuse of children. My government, this government, led by Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has brought a raft of policy and legislative initiatives to deal with the violence in all its forms. In this regard, we have strengthened and proposed further strengthening of laws to include stronger and more appropriate penalties. Mr. Speaker, just recently, this House debated the Offenses Against the Person Amendment Bill, the Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Bill, and the Child Care Protection Amendment Bill, which seek to appropriately treat with and increase the penalties for the offense of murder under Jamaican law. In 2023, amendments to the Domestic Violence Act were passed to offer greater protection for victims and survivors. Those amendments include expansion of the category of persons allowed to apply for protection orders on behalf of the abused, including the Children's Advocate and the Bureau of Gender Affairs. The court can now direct respondents to relinquish to the police any firearm or weapon which a respondent may have in his or her possession or control, and which may or may not have been used. Also, the penalty for breaching a protection order has been increased to a fine of $1 million or imprisonment for 1 year. So we have done some things. We have picked the low-hanging fruits from the Domestic Violence Act, and we have ensured that those have been passed in Parliament so we can act quickly. But further to that, a Joint Select Committee of Parliament has been meeting to review and consider further amendments to the Domestic Violence Act. The public was invited to make submissions, which have now been compiled. The committee will meet over the next 2 months to complete the overhaul of the Domestic Violence Act. Additionally, the government has increased funding for psychosocial support to victims and survivors. The effect of this is that we are now providing better services to victims and creating mechanisms for resolution of conflicts. There is more training for police officers and first responders, especially in health facilities and emergency services. We have established specialized units within the JCF to respond to cases of domestic and sexual violence. The police have established 10 domestic violence intervention centers that are managed by police officers who are trained to intervene through a variety of methods, including home visits, referrals, and counseling. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we're operating Mr. Speaker, somebody's mic is on.
Check. Check. Try, madam. One.
Okay. Okay, is there any mic in the house? Mics give trouble? No, it's good, it's Mikhail, not Mike. Not Mike, right. Additionally, we are operating 2 state-run shelters for vulnerable women and their children. These shelters have been safe havens for women who benefit from counseling and training to increase their economic options. And I must tell you, we have had some very serious cases where a woman were in serious danger. And working along with the police and our other partners, we have been able to move them into safe spaces. And I should indicate here that our third shelter, which should have been open already in the West, was delayed because we have decided to make a section of it a transition house. So when we have assisted our women and we are able to move them out of the shelter, they will have a space where they can get their lives back together and transition into a normal way of life. We also establish, Mr. Speaker, helplines for victims of domestic violence to provide the full range of services, including rescue, accommodation, counseling, and legal aid. Violence is still a challenging reality for too many of our women, but we are making progress in our mission to end the violence through the 10-year National Strategic Action Plan for the Elimination of Gender-Based Violence. The acronym is NSAP. The plan of action has 5 priority areas: prevention, protection, investigation, prosecution, and enforcement of court orders. Enforcement of victim rights to compensation, reparation, and redress, as well as protocols for coordination of the National Strategic Action Plan and data management systems. The Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport is engaging with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to facilitate training for staff on recognizing and responding to gender-based violence. We also introduced the Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act to provide relief to people who have been quietly enduring the harmful effect of sexual harassment. The law will protect victims, deal with perpetrators, and act as a deterrent. The Sexual Harassment Tribunal is now appointed and has been meeting. The public education campaign, No Excuse for Abuse, will be intensified to make the public more aware of the government support initiatives and programs. Mr. Speaker, as the public becomes more aware of intervention programs, we anticipate that women who are now quietly suffering and enduring violence in their homes and their relationships will come forward, and the number of cases will increase because no longer will they be silent, or no longer will their neighbor be silent. I take this opportunity again to say that any of us could become a victim of domestic violence, but none of us should stay in that situation.
Thanks to the top shelf savings we scored with Skyscanner, we get to go watch Donnybrooks and iconic barns all over the world.
Skyscanner scored us a travel Hattie. Savings on flights, hotels, and rental cars.
If you've received a traffic ticket, been charged with stunt or impaired driving, or any criminal offense, the lawyers at Ex-Copper will fight for you. Our team can protect your driving record, keep your insurance rates low, and save you from criminal conviction. Contact us for your free consultation today.
So take this opportunity to encourage all of us to do something to end the violence in our country. The violence isn't inevitable, and it can be stopped. We have seen the dramatic and welcome decrease in all crime, including murders, in our country. This gives me hope, Mr. Speaker, as we continue our mission to end violence against our women and our girls in Jamaica. Let the advocacy walk against violence towards women and girls not only be symbolic, but a call to sustained action. Let us all, men and women, rise with one voice. Enough is enough. It's not about political parties. It's not about religions and denominations. It's not about a divided country. It's about a united country. We will all work together to end the violence. So let us be united in the fight against violence against women and girls. The campaign must transcend politics. And I emphasize this because it's painful when there are situations when we all should be working together to treat with it, and politics is introduced in the midst. And I'm appealing, although we are in an election period, I'm appealing that we not be tempted to do that. It can be very distasteful. So let us unite to rid the nation of this scourge. We must all join hands in unity and be the change to end violence against women and girls in Jamaica. I appeal to my colleagues in Parliament because every legislation that we pass here had the input of both sides. And so when we go out there, we give the impression that this Parliament is not doing anything. It's unfair to all of us, not just on the side of the government, but on the side of the opposition. We in here have jointly done a lot of work. I don't want to hear any of us out there criticizing ourselves for not doing the work, because we have done the job. I want to thank you for listening to me, and I continue to expect cooperation as a Parliament that cares about the people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to congratulate too he's not here, Dr. Peter Phillips, on that sobering and a very good reminder of what is expected from us as leaders from the Jamaican people. I want to add my voice to in congratulating him with a very sober presentation. So, Speaker, I decided that I was going to speak today because I'm sometimes get a little emotional. I wrote a first article about the 9-year-old that was raped and killed. Shortly after that, I thought that the student, Anicia, would have returned home safely. Believe me. When I heard that news, I said to myself, I'm wondering what more can we do? Then now I saw the nurse. That was not just only battered, humiliated, and will have to live with that scar, not just the physical scar, but that mental scar for the rest of her life. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not, and I'm going to say it very deeply now, it is about all of us as men who have tried, whether it's physical, emotional, to abuse women, either by words or by deeds. And we have to go beyond, because that is how it starts. It starts sometimes with verbal words till it becomes physical and it becomes mental. Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot of things in here, but there's much, 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 much more that must be done to protect our women and girls, and more so too, in silence, some of the young men who are being abused and feel afraid because they feel that they are going to lose their masculinity. Mr. Speaker, values and attitude must come back in this country. We have lost respect for women and girls. There were times when we used to say man a man, and you can beat up on one man. But they would have remembered that this is my grandmother, my aunt, my mother, or my sister. When you're at school, if you touch a boy's sister, you can't go home because I'm going to lay with you. What happened to that kind of gentle, as you said, society? What has caused us to become so barbaric that we can now don't even remember the gender anymore? And we are not just killing, we are raping as if there's a revenge carrying for women and girls especially. Something is psychologically wrong. Something is wrong. It is much deeper. And I would love to know that we don't have to have homes of safety for women. I would love to, but it is not so. I believe, as an educator, that the time has come for us to get to the root of why our men believe that they can turn on women and little girls in this kind of barbaric way, as if they are not human beings anymore. They tell you anything that comes to their mouths. The transportation system, anything come to their mouth, the way in which they treat women. If a man is in a seat and you have a pregnant woman come in, them sit down like they see no one. And all of those things have helped to contribute to what we are speaking to in this parliament today. We have now to change the course and find out how we can go back to the bargaining table, because we have a culture thing in this country too, and we need to look at the culture, because it is good to look at AI to see all of how people treat these gender violence in different parts of the world. But we have to remember, in this country, touching was nothing. Slap a woman on her butt, nothing. Touch a woman on her breast was nothing. We have now put certain things in law. What kind of education are we doing? I was told that the Supreme Court or whatever court down there is full of young men who have committed sexual abuse. Some of them don't even know them name properly. It means that we are not doing it correctly. We have to get back to the drawing table. I am crying out in my heart, and I believe as a society and as females, if we believe we are on the right path, then tell me. But if we are not on the right path, on both sides of the aisle, it starts with us. Let us sit down to look not just at the legislation, but at the culture, and to see how best we can get into the schools, we can get into the churches, we can get into the communities, we can get on the roadside to sit down with some of these youth, in order that we can start educating them, empowering them, so that they will recognize that these acts of violence that they are committing is not just to put them away, but it is a social decay. I want to say to all the victims' parents and all the relatives that we stand in solidarity But we will go further. We are going to ensure that the People's National Party make sure that we protect our women and girls.
Members, Member Brown, Brownberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could not sit and not say something on this matter because it's something that I believe touches so many of us as women. And men, but we know where the problem is. And I think part of what we have to really be honest about is the kind of society we are trying to transition from. Because the member just spoke about the culture. And I believe we have to recognize what the issues are to be able to deal with those issues so we can make the change we want to see. And so the first thing I really want to do also is to thank everybody who protested in whatever way that they did. Whether they went out to march or did it on social media, whatever they did. Because I want them to know that their voice really means something. It means that we are not prepared to continue turning a blind eye to anything of this sort. You know, I was thinking that a big part of our problem is really around boundary setting. Because for so long, men have not known a boundary when it came to women in so many different ways. And somebody was complaining about what was happening at a school earlier today. That reminded me of this. And I believe that in every facet of life, if it's in the church, if it's in school, in our communities, we have to remind people that the boundaries have to be set. So very quickly, I want to just say, Minister, that a couple of things I really would want to suggest that we do. I'm asking if you agree that we have to look at what are the mental issues, the psychosocial issues that we need to deal with to prevent us from continuing in this vein. And then finally, I want to talk about the power of example. I believe that we can say all of what we do today, heartfelt and with good meaning, but we have to make sure that all our actions
The standing orders does require and make the point with regards to statement by ministers, and we by convention allow for a response from the opposition, particularly the spokesperson on the subject. I recognize that this is a very emotive matter, but it's beyond emotive. It's a very critical matter that I believe requires some further references, comments, elucidation, and indeed strong responses from this honorable house so that the nation appreciates the depth of the concern and the determination and commitment that this house has towards dealing with violence against women and girls. And so for that reason, I'm moving, Mr. Speaker, that we allow some latitude for members to allow for members to express themselves and to not be in breach of the standing order. So I therefore move for a suspension of the standing orders to allow for members to speak and participate more in this statement by Minister element. So we treat this as a special moment, Mr. Speaker. May it please you.
The request is on the floor for the suspension of the standing order in this matter for members to participate on a wider scale. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Madam, you may continue.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Speaker. Huh? No, I will not. In fact, I was about to end and I will make sure I do it. I don't want to thank you for the graciousness of suspending the standing orders. I was speaking about the power of example. And I'm reminded by what the member from East Central St. Andrews said about the responsibility we have and the weight that rests on our shoulders as members of Parliament in terms of the example we set and the things we deal with and how we deal with them. And I'll be honest to say that when I saw the video, and in particular, where he went back and stomped on her head, there was one other video that it reminded me of a gentleman with a stool hitting a lady again and again and again. And today, I stand to say that we all, anytime we resign from the courage that is demanded of us as members of Parliament to stand up in the face of any such wrong, that we should be ashamed of it. And I want to just say to every single one of us, let it not happen again. Let us use that and this as two similar incidents that require every single reproach from us, and that the individuals, perpetrators, be brought to justice. Because we are talking about an inclusive society where, regardless of who it is, because if we allow some to go free and pretend nothing happened, then we become hypocrites as we speak about this one. And I mean, I end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are a parliament with a constitutional duty to pass laws for peace, order, and good government. I think it's important for us to remind Jamaicans that we do have a strong legal framework to deal with violence in the country. We have numerous offenses on our statute book: the offense of rape, abduction, murder, wounding with intent, assault occasioning bodily harm, you name it. And they carry severe punishment. But you only get to a conviction after, you only get to sentencing after a conviction. And you only get to conviction after proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires the cooperation of all Jamaicans to ensure that perpetrators are brought to account. Every time we hear news of a horrible crime being committed against our women and children, we think it could never get worse until we hear it again. And what has happened over the last week or two, is another reminder of our need to come together. You know, it's so easy to point to the finger of blame and to say, make statements with subliminal messages. I think, Mr. Speaker, there is enough blame to go around in the society. We're not going to get to the kind of solutions that we require if every time we get up to speak, we're speaking to the finger of blame, point the finger of blame. But among the horrible incident is a 20-year UTEC student from my St. James West Central constituency in the district of Irwin, in fact, spanning the area of St. James West Central and St. James East Central. Anissa Dilworth, I want to put on record my expressions of sorrow for what has happened. And I make this expression on behalf of myself and House Leader, the Honorable Member from St. James East Central. And to just say to the family that we know that it's a hard time, and we know the pain is severe, but certainly from our end, we'll do all we can to ensure that the perpetrator is held to account. We do have improved investigative capacity, a direct result of investment in our security forces. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that all who are involved in these dastardly crimes will be held to account. Beyond the strict legal framework, we have a deep cultural problem, which the Honorable Minister has spoken about. And this is something that we will have to work on. We don't develop culture overnight, and we can't change it overnight. And long before a behavior rises to the level of a crime, we see signs of it. And very often those signs are ignored in the homes, ignored in the communities. And then the hue and cry come after the crimes are committed. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we cannot continue to bear the pain of the violence and crime. We just can't. And so I join in calling on all right-thinking members of the society to come together. The minister has said it very well. I don't think I can do anything but echo and reiterate the call that we have to come together. We have to come together. But I remind everyone that we do have laws on our books that are sufficient to hold perpetrators to account in a real way. But we need the cooperation of everyone. For those who are mourning the deaths, I pray that the Lord will comfort them. And for those who are mourning the hurt of the existing victims, I pray for comfort. We have to come together as a nation. We can't continue down this path. We make good progress, and then you hear an incident almost blowing it out. So, Mr. Speaker, I join in this call for a coming together, and a coming together beyond the moment. And those who see and know, please give your statements. Give your statements, because it requires the cooperation of all to hold the perpetrators to account in the criminal justice system.
Mr. Speaker, I sat there and I listened and I reflect on not just the recent events, but a series of events that have taken place. So this morning, when I was asked by the principal of a school in my constituency, the Kalaloo Muse Basic School, to attend a prayer session for the children. It's a basic school. The Prime Minister knows it. We have had occasion to go there. The same principal Prime Minister that prayed at the house opening. She's very passionate about children and about our community and the school. But when she invited myself on the council and others, pastors in the area, to come to this morning's event, I readily accepted, because it really has touched me as it has touched so many other persons. And people are just wondering, why and how would someone rape a 9-year-old? I mean, I have, my daughter is 14 going on 15, way beyond even 9, but it's still unimaginable that that could happen to any of her children. So a 9-year-old just doesn't make sense. It just senseless. And so when I went this morning and I saw the little children and the innocence and the face, and it really was challenging. They asked me to speak, and I was very short, as I'm going to be short here now, which is that I agree with the minister in her statement that we shouldn't make this simply a political event. We really need to, all of us, is to show the right amount of contrition, understanding, sensitivity about what is a national problem. We can't see it any other way. It's a national problem. And we're going to have to find some solutions. The member before me just spoke about the plethora of laws that exist and the various crimes that are provided for in sentencing. And an appeal that we all come together to work together to find answers. And I'm going to raise a point, and it is not intended to be political, but because I think it's still current and we still have an opportunity to rectify something that could elevate all of us. And in fact, and in the process, bring the country on board to say that we are serious. We inside here are serious. Because I was just looking on the order paper and recognized that a motion that I had moved, motion number 7, which related to the right matter, was not addressed. It just simply sat there. And I kept asking and saying, are we going to address this? Why? Why was I asking that, and why am I raising it even now, as I acknowledge that this is not for political, it's really about for all of us, which is this. Even as the member who spoke before me spoke to the laws, the criminal laws that exist. We saw in that where the law, the criminal law itself could be hampered or defeated when victim and potential accused came together and say, look, we don't want to do anything about this. It's an aspect of the existing situation that we're going to have to look at, because it is one thing for us to all see, as we have on the videotapes and all of this horrific act as it was then. And then something else to see that nothing happened. And in that situation, nothing happened in part because the alleged victim, and well, victim, because there was a victim, and the alleged perpetrator, they got married eventually. But the cooperation that the law needed to take its course was compromised, I suggest. But there's another aspect of it. What happened? We can. Yeah, we can, yeah, right. So look, I don't want to get into it. So my question is this, but you'll hear why I bring it up. I know you're nervous about something. I hope you hear where I ended and the question I'm asking. I know it makes some people uncomfortable, but I put it on the order paper. You know how long it has been on this order paper?
How long?
From the incident occurred.
2021.
Let me say where I'm going next, which is when the public hears us talking in the way that we are now talking, which we should, the question is, are they serious? Are we serious? Are we serious? They're going to ask that question because we had an opportunity. The motion simply asked that we put this to the ethics committee. That's what the motion asked. To look, to see, to discuss. Not the question of whether we have to decide whether he did it or not, but there is a widespread belief, even among ourselves, that one among us was involved. Even among ourselves, there was a widespread belief that one among us was involved. And so the question, what I sought to do, what I sought to do was to say, no. Can we have, well, listen. If we feel uncomfortable, fine, but let me say this. The people are going to say that we are hypocrites and that we can't deal with our own. Yes, you can, yes. So, no, fine. So I'm saying, the thing is on the order paper still. How are we going to deal with it? This is still on the order paper. How are we going to deal with it? Still on the order paper. How are we going to deal with it? Still have an opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't, listen, we can make this a point, counterpoint. I'm not interested in that. I'm simply saying that the resolution is still on the paper, and we are saying what are we going to do and how we're going to address it, because there's a gap when one among us is involved, whether acknowledged or unacknowledged. How are we going to deal with it? And the criminal law, what I'm pointing out, is not sufficient in certain circumstances. So where the gaps exist, we need to fill them and we need to address them. So we have them, yes. So this parliament have to decide how it deal with its own in those circumstances. It has to decide how it deals with its own in those circumstances. All right.
Thank you.
Member Morrison, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Prime Minister, one of the things that I observe when you move around the country is how the children regard you, how they are happy to see you, how they embrace you, and the manner in which you greet them. And you are their safe space. And in you, they find a safe place. And that is why 2 days ago, when I spoke to you, Prime Minister, and I asked you about the incident in Spanish Town, you know that community very well, born, raised there. I asked you how you were feeling about it, and you responded one word: gutted. And that, to me, captures the myriad of emotions. And I know that you will continue to take swift action. And I'm sure across the divide, we are all committed to doing this by strengthening the legislative process as the need arises. Mr. Speaker, so yes, we have made much strides in terms of improving the legislative capacity. And as we continue to do so, we will focus on making those laws robust in terms of protecting our children. But let's look at the community, Mr. Speaker. There exists an ugly fact, many of us were too uncomfortable to call it, I will today, that there are many adults in our country who prey on children. Children in Jamaica, our communities, who live in horror. Children whom, if walls could talk, many of us would cry tears of blood hearing the stories. Mr. Speaker, there are grown men, and I will say this in the vernacular, there are grown men who are little pitney them like. There are adult women who prey on little boys. It is an ugly reality. And Mr. Speaker, its leadership is interesting, member, because as Member Smith was saying here to me that, you know, it's since I am an MP that somehow what is happening within the communities is now magnified as people start coming in and they start talking and they start whispering. We realize the number of adults, the number of men who prey on liquor pitney. They are not interested in a big man, not in 18 and over, children, a budding girl. And then some of them, I don't want to even make the case of mental illness, I don't know. When the opportunity comes, they strike. And another thing that is disheartening is when we have parents, hardworking Jamaicans, who may have to choose the type of love. And what I mean by that, I have to go out there and I have to work. And so I trust you to leave my child in your care. So it's not that you leave the child careless. It is an act of love, and sometimes we have to be careful how we judge. It's an act of love to go out there to earn that bread, to bring home. And then sometimes the worst will happen. So I also use this floor to call on our Jamaican brothers and sisters. Be more mindful, be more discerning. Because you see, in this era of social media, sometimes you leave your child with your neighbor, your friend, a family member, and they spend more time on their cell phone or on their device than actually watching the child, looking out for the child. These are ugly realities. And back to the treatment of our children. Sometimes we hilariously refer to men and women who prey on our boys and girls. We look at them and we talk about kids' meal. How did that ever become a joke? Huh? To be referring to a sexual predator as someone who likes kids' meal, it should be condemned in the strongest way. Mr. Speaker, another thing that we have to discuss in this house is that more often than not, the community knows. The community sometimes, many times, is aware of who the pedophiles are. They know about that little girl who is being molested. They know about that boy who is being molested, and nobody speaks. And sometimes families know about it, but nobody wants to bring down shame and scandal in the family. And so husbands are protected, uncles are protected, sons are protected, sisters are protected. Are we ready to have those uncomfortable conversations? So I want to caution us that the issues affecting us, they're close to home, very close to home in our communities. So when we don't want to get up and to make it appear as though there exists a situation in Jamaica where our women and girls are just being brutalized like that. We want to get down, we want to drill down to what some of the uncomfortable truths are. Now, as it regards to the incident with the nurse, I want to thank the persons or whomever it was, who captured that video. Because many times, you know, we say, before you dare and you try to help, you dare videoing. Sometimes persons are in a situation where they can't help. And their way of dealing with it is to bring attention to what has happened. And we thank whomever it was who produced that video. Mr. Speaker, we face here the culture of abuse, spousal abuse, battered women, battered men, from all walks of life. From all walks of life. Men who beat their wife, husbands beating their wives. And it is unfortunate that a former member of parliament, right in here, it tells us that it touches every aspect of life. There are no barriers. And when we think about matters that are before the court, persons being charged for murder, former parliamentarian, it's really a humbling call that nobody here has the right to be pointing finger. No, it's not the time to make for political one-upmanship right across the aisle. These are issues that we have to deal with. A former parliamentarian, former MP, charged, former charged for murder. And we don't want to talk about, I don't want to get into any allegation about any current MP, because then that would undermine the very foundation on which I'm standing, that this is a bipartisan approach. But if I should call it, as you have mentioned, a former MP who represented the People's National Party, charged for murder. Mr. Speaker, I have every confidence that we will continue to strengthen the legislative process and do everything in our power to protect women, girls, and indeed all Jamaicans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will take the minister who has the portfolio for the such, and that is the last take on that on this matter. Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very emotive subject, and I want to thank all my colleagues for making their contribution. I will emphasize, this is not a subject for us to be divided on. This is not a subject for us to point fingers. You know, and every time we point a finger, another finger comes back to us. So let us just focus on what we have to do to change things. Every single one of us has a contribution to change. The one-upmanship is not necessary. You know, men are the greatest perpetrators of violence against women. But I want to tell you quickly that we have a program through the Bureau that we work to rehabilitate men. We use a dispute resolution mechanism, and we have been able to now use those men as agents of change. We also, yes, there's a culture. We have programs in schools. We have gender advocates, and we have Mentor Me where boys are mentored in school. So efforts are being made to change the culture. So I just want to say to all of you today as I close, this matter, let us be united in going forward. And let us not use it as a political, an opportunity to be political in our discourse. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Ask the member from Clarendon North Central and Minister with responsibility for works to make his statement.
Member from North Central Clarendon, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Considering the time, I will be very judicious with what I'm about to say. Mr. Speaker, the past financial year was one of the most difficult we faced in recent times. We endured the impact of Beryl, and we saw weeks of relentless rainfall. Then came another system, Raphael, which compounded the damage. We lost roads, drains overflowed, and many communities were cut off. But thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the government stepped up and we didn't hesitate to respond. And I think every member of this House will agree that this government, along with members of Parliament on both sides, worked very hard to restore order and brought relief to the people. Every member was reached to some extent. We had the emergency relief program, which was about $5 billion, where each MP received $20 million for patching of roads in their various communities. We also had the emergency reach, where main thoroughfares were addressed. Some patching work is still going on, but we have made real progress, and the REACH program was a lifeline for thousands of Jamaicans. And I want to thank the teams on the ground and members of this House who all collaborated and worked together with the contractors to make the REACH program a success. Mr. Speaker, we are just 11 days away from the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season, and the forecast is serious. We're being told that there are possibly 19 named storms, 9 hurricanes, with 4 of them being major hurricanes, category 3 and above. Based on what we went through in Beryl last year, we're not taking any chances, and we're preparing early and acting fast. Last year, we started the hurricane season with $102 million allocated to constituencies for mitigation. This year, we're increasing that amount significantly by spending $172 million directly to constituencies. Members would have received letters earlier today where we have doubled the allocation for drain cleaning assigned to constituencies. Not only that, but we are to invest $300 million to carry out essential work in the Sandy Gully in St. Andrew and its tributaries. We're also putting $100 million in the North and South Gully in Montego Bay. And in St. Catherine, we'll be allocating $30 million to do some remedial work in the Bogwalk Gorge as well as another $30 million to the drain cleaning along the Dyke Road. My members from Southern Manchester, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, and Westmoreland will be happy to know that we will be spending approximately $200 million on mitigation efforts on the South Coast. We do not consider this hurricane season business as usual, and these targeted interventions in areas we know the risks are high are important. The National Works Agency will once again lead in the execution of this program, and we have already started moving. We are starting to engage contractors. We have identified key locations to pre-position equipment, and we're also addressing communications gaps that may have existed in the past year. Over the next 2 weeks before the hurricane season, we'll continue our ramping up so everything is in place before the season starts and peaks. I urge all members of Parliament to work quickly with this allocation so that we can do the work to prepare our communities for the coming hurricane season. As is customary, this allocation is the first of several for the hurricane season. It is not just about cleaning drains and spending money, it's about saving lives, it's about protecting lives and safeguarding livelihoods. It's about ensuring that when the rain comes, and it will, we are not caught off guard. With increasing funding, better planning, and greater urgency this year, Jamaica will be in a stronger position to face the hurricane season ahead. I want to remind the House that Beryl could have been worse. Before Beryl, we spent about $900 million cleaning drains and preparing for the hurricane. Immediately after Beryl, we spent about $1.5 billion clearing roads, restoring access to communities. And several months after Beryl, just before Raphael and after, we launched the REACH programs, $3 billion to constituencies and nationally, as well as $2 billion in an emergency program, over $7 billion generally, and cumulatively from the National Works Agency to deal with roads and drains last year, we spent $8.7 billion. I repeat again, that is the largest amount we have ever spent on road infrastructure in Jamaica. Before I close, Mr. Speaker, there is a minor issue I wish to address, and it relates to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. We just completed a major project under the Jamaica Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project in St. Mary, where we spent a significant sum in protecting the shoreline. I understand that a member of the other side has called for an audit. I will not be promoting anyone here. But if the member understood and was cognizant of governance, government, and governing, the same audit that the person called for was just completed by the Auditor General and deposited to the World Bank, who are the funders of the project. And the World Bank has accepted the audit. I want to read a small excerpt of what was said. Project status, and this is from the World Bank. The executing team of the JDVR, which is the Jamaica Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, performed admirably, successfully achieving all planned targets at the close of the project. This includes reaching practical completion of the final part, the Anato Bay coastal protection, by June 28, 2024. In achieving these targets, the project team expended $29 million or 97% of the 30 million loan facility. I know that now is the time for politicians to speak out of turn to gain political mileage. But we at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will not allow anyone to throw poison at the root of our achievements. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to. Mr. Speaker, you know, for a very long time, I have said in this parliament that it is better to mitigate than to wait until after the disaster than we're trying to play catch up. As we have always spent more on the back end than we do on the front end. Mr. Speaker, even though not adequate for the amount of drains that constituencies like mine and the minister has, we have to recognize that this is an increase from what would normally be spent. What would normally be spent at this time prior to the hurricane season. But, you know, while more is being spent, I remember late last year standing in this house responding to a statement by the Prime Minister on the master drainage plan, something that I've spoken about on numerous occasions in this house, asking the Prime Minister, because 4 years ago, he announced that the master drainage plan report was completed. This is after massive flooding in Montego Bay, in Clarendon, Spanish Town, and many other town centers. Clarendon in the member for Southwest Clarendon and other places across the island, including my own constituency. And the Prime Minister, we proposed that, we made a suggestion that it should be put in a green paper so that we can see the report. That's it. 4 years after, I have to question if our actual report was completed or not. Yeah. Because the issue of drainage, we tend to respond to them when there's a crisis and not put up a comprehensive plan together, knowing that we will not be able to spend the money up front, but what is the national plan in dealing with our drainage and our bridges too? Because the minister made an announcement that the Troy Bridge is about 45%, 50% completed. But when I went to the community last week, the bridge is no more than about 10% completed. So, you know, I'm now wondering what to believe from what not to believe. We accept that there was some monies, the REACH program that was initiated, even though 20 million per constituency, and the issues that we're having, Minister, that I've spoken to you about it, but the implementation of the SPARK program, that there are major issues with the contractor and many of the roads that they should have started. We can go and discuss, debate on the SPARK program and how it is being implemented at another time. But the truth is, we heard you announce a $1.5 billion quarterly patching program. The REACH program was, as you reported here, $5 billion, which
has not really made that great impact. No, Minister, boy, it has not made that great impact on each constituency. You would be hypocritical if you said that it made a great impact compared to what road damages are out there. Oh, I'm being serious. I'm being serious, right? I said it the last time that I rose in the House to respond to a statement that you'll be hypocritical because as you patch the road and rainfall, road then mash up again. $10 billion, $10 million per constituency, $20 million. I don't know the size of your constituency, but I tell you, say you have worse roads than I do. And I know that $10 million did not impact. So the question I want to ask you, what is the national plan? Because Spark and Reach is not the answer to the road situation across the country. It is not. It is not. Right? This Labor Day, I have more requests for cement and malt to patch potholes than I can even provide. And that is not what the Labor Day is for. But it is a reality of what is out there. And I can only respond to what the government puts toward road maintenance. So when I hear the minister speaking about it is the largest amount spent on road infrastructure, you might be speaking about main roads, but 90% of the roads in my constituency are municipal council roads, which are not getting the attention. But you need to talk to me over here, right? So,
member.
So,
member,
I'm wrapping.
Please concentrate on the question that you're to ask.
No, I'm responding. I'm responding.
You're responding.
Yes.
So if you're responding, don't respond to the crosstalk.
Right. So 2.5 million, or the increase that is the increase that the minister spoke of, the $172 million directly to constituencies, is an increase, and we accept that. You know, and it will go further than we normally would. We have to accept that. When fear is fear, I'm going to give you commendation. But Minister, we have to look at our drainage network island-wide. And I am again appealing that drainage, the report, the master drainage plan, that we need to see something comprehensively put forward in how it is that we are dealing with. Otherwise, the lifespan of our roads. Another issue that I want the minister to look at, not only the drains, but the overhanging trees on many roadways. Those are posing a challenge. We don't get resources to trim those trees, but it is because what is happening is that the roadway itself isn't being able to dry out properly. And that in itself, that a program has to be looked at in how it is that we deal with these overhanging trees on our main roadways island-wide. So Speaker, it pleases you.
Before the next person speak, I'll be reading from the standing order of the House of Representatives, Jamaica, 1964. Section 11A, subsection 2, a response to a statement by a minister shall not exceed 5 minutes in duration and shall be made by the relevant opposition spokesperson or a member nominated by the opposition to speak in that instant in the absence of the relevant opposition. As I understand it, the relevant opposition spokesperson have just spoken. Anybody after that? Subsection 3, any member may pose question on a statement by a minister in accordance with Standing Order 17, subsection 2. Person going forward, I'm asking that you ask a question, and you are not going to be allowed to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I am ready to initiate the work that needs to be done. Is the NAA ready to proceed with the work that needs to be done on the Sandy Gully? One. And two, what of the continuing situation in New Haven that have been raising question about the drainage situation in New Haven? Is there anything in this budget that can speak to a continuing problem in the New Haven area that threatens lives and property?
Question?
As it relates to the reach, number one, that we would have sent in estimates, and we certainly haven't seen any action on the Reach 2 program. I've been trying to get some information as to when that is supposed to be happening, and if we can get responses in real time so we can advise our constituents on the work, the program of work, and when it will be executed. Two, for the Spark program, Minister, if you would kindly advise why it is that MPs are not privileged to have a copy of the scope of works for each road, so that we know what it is that we were to expect and how it is that we can share this information with the constituents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank colleagues for their questions. Let me address them as they were posed. So the first question related to the master plan for drainage. I have no issue in bringing that to Parliament. It's now 1 year and a day since I've been minister. It's the first time that question is being posed to me. So I will inquire on its whereabouts. We have been doing work on it. We're supposed to extract St. Catherine, Spanish Town, to do a detailed plan for the Spanish Town drainage issue. I would have announced that recently. So I have no issue with that. Trowbridge, it is 50% complete. Remember, a bridge doesn't start where you see it. We've had to bury piles to a significant depth to almost bedrock. Not only that, but we've also built a very good footbridge for the people of that area, just associated with it, so for their convenience. But the bridge is actually over 50%. The reason the bridge stalled was that there was significant rains in the area, and you cannot build a bridge while it's raining. So we had to pause. We should have been close to finishing now, but as soon as the rains subside, we will continue. Jamaica has over 800 bridges. We did a study of some of our most vulnerable, and we came up with an accelerated bridge repair program, which will repair 50 bridges generally and 7 on an emergency basis. I will acknowledge that based on the decades of neglect of our bridges, that repairing 50 now is not sufficient. So the government has been contemplating to look at a phase 2 of the accelerated bridge program from 50 to more than 50. I will agree with you on the overhanging trees. It's a matter that bothers me as well. It is something that we have been thinking about here at the National Works Agency and the Ministry of Economic Growth, as that does cause some decay and degradation of our roads. So we can expect something to come on that. Spark contractors. We have said and I want to address this in a little bit of detail, Chair, Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me. I've seen comments, again, by members of the opposition. And I am questioning whether or not persons seeking political office have familiarized themselves with the governance frameworks and the procurement processes that are in government. The Spark program was a publicly tendered project, internationally tendered, that was open to every single qualified contractor in Jamaica and anywhere in the world. Several contractors applied, including contractors associated with local contractors, some of our biggest. At the end of the day, a contractor won, which was China Harbor. And the process went through the government's procurement process from the committee at the National Works Agency to the Public Procurement Commission, which is not populated by politicians. And the Public Procurement Commission would have analyzed the procurement process and made a decision that the procurement was sound, within the law, and appropriate. For a person who is seeking political office, or should I say political popularity, to come on national TV and question the procurement process or the choosing of the Spark contractor, they are not criticizing me because I was not a part of the procurement process for Spark. They are criticizing the public servants who govern the procurement process for the Spark program. And if it is that they're suggesting, members, that the minister should take up contracts and hand them to contractors, I will suggest to you that this is one minister that is not going to prison for anybody. As it relates to the $1.5 billion patching, we announced a few weeks ago that we will be launching a quarterly patching program to start in June. We are not yet in June. We are already started, the NW has already started its procurement process to ensure that we are on time for the $1.5 billion patching program, which will stretch across the island. As it relates to questions about the Sandy Gully, the technical teams are currently doing their assessments. This work that we're going to be doing in the Sandy Gully is not the major rehabilitation, which will be a capital project, but it's remedial work to ensure that the Sandy Gully does not pose a risk to us during the hurricane season. As it relates to Reach 2, which is the second phase of Reach, which the member requested, I will inquire of the NWA as to where the procurement is for your second phase of Reach. And I do not have a challenge, member, with the contractors giving access to the scope of works for each road to the members of Parliament. I said I do not have a challenge with it. No, I will suggest it to the powers that be, which is the public servants.
Minister,
that the government
Minister,
does not have a policy problem
Minister,
with it. Yes, thank you.
The person that you're answering does not have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm following up on the comment the minister made because I specifically asked the assigned contractor, subcontractor, I guess, subcontractor, about the scope of works. I asked him if he could kindly email a copy of the scope of works. I didn't need to see the figures. I just needed to be clear on what is to be covered in the works. And he has flatly refused to do so. And I've asked several times, the subcontractor. I don't know if you, yeah. So I don't think it should really be at the discretion of the contractor or subcontractor. It really should be a policy of government at this point, as it relates to what we are allowed to do. Right? I am responsible and accountable to the people I serve. They placed me here. And if they ask me a question, I should be in a position to respond with authority and with the knowledge that is provided to me. So it shouldn't be a matter of if the man feel like forgive me, because if him not put in the something when me ask him to put in, that you said he's to put in and him gone and it's not done, I'm not gonna get him to come back. And I don't know who is monitoring and if it's being monitored properly. I want to be a part of the oversight. I would like to have a copy of the scope of works to be done in my constituency.
Thank you very much to the member from St. Catherine. As I said before, the government and the Ministry of Works has no issue. It's supposed to be it is supposed to be a public document. It is taxpayers' funds being spent. So I will advise the relevant agency that there should be no restriction in the scope of work that is being done. I just want to mention finally to members that we have so far started over 50 roads under the Spark program, and we expect that by next week we will be in all 63 constituencies, and by the end of June we would have started over 90 of the Spark roads. I will also advise that we have completed roads. Richings Avenue has been completed, several roads, Everest Drive in Portmore and several other roads in Portmore. We've also done Richings Avenue. We're still dealing with Harbour Heights, which has proven to be a very challenging infrastructure, as the minister would know. We've finished Bridgeview. So Spark is sparking despite what some people want to say. There's palpable excitement in the population as to the significant amount of works. We have never done so many roads at one time in the history of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm reminding the minister that I asked a question about New Haven that was not responded to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, read the Spark program. I have asked before for a schedule from the list we provided. Yes, all of them are not going to be done the same time. But if you could give some indication of the program of when they will come so that I can advise the communities in which these 10 roads that were selected fall. Or what's the duration, where what will fall where. That's all we ask for. And I want to join too with my colleague from North Central, St. Catherine, in having that scope of work provided. So, sorry? Yeah, no, I'm only joining in support because you were dodging it first.
Thank you. There's no time coming in this parliament. Thank you very much. So I don't have any issue with telling you, as far as I can tell you, when roads are scheduled. But you would appreciate that. Let's use an example of Everest Drive. We went to Everest Drive and we thought it would be a 6-week project. We went there, we found pipes with asbestos. We had to do a pipe work which was not a part of the schedule, which has caused delays in other projects in East Kingston and Port Royal. So what I can do is I can indicate to you a general understanding of when we expect works to start, because I do get a report every week from the enterprise contractor on that. As it relates to New Haven, I'll consult with the National Works Agency on that. I know it's a long-standing problem of flooding for the residents there, so it's something I will consult with the NW and return back to you on it, sir. Thank you very much.
Member from Clarendon Southeast, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's late in the day, so I'll get going quickly. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, as we observe Workers' Week 2025 under the theme Transforming Jamaica's Workforce for Greater Resilience and Sustainable Development, we are reminded of our solemn duty to safeguard and empower the Jamaican worker. This theme reflects the government's continued commitment, Mr. Speaker, to preparing our labor force to meet the demands of a dynamic global environment driven by innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity. Workers' Week commemorates the 1938 labor uprisings, a pivotal moment for us in our history, which laid the foundation for the modern labor rights and industrial relations across the region. It is against this historic backdrop that I address this Honorable House on the matter of the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025 and the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2025, both of which will be tabled later on. These measures are a continuation, Mr. Speaker, of our responsibility to uphold the dignity of labor, ensure fair compensation, and to advance the well-being of the working people of Jamaica. The Minimum Wage Act, having been enacted in 1938, still remains a keystone in upholding workers' rights, promoting fair compensation, and it continues to be a safeguard against substandard earnings. It stands as one of the proudest legacies of our labor movement. It enshrines the principle that our workers deserve protection from exploitation. And Mr. Speaker, the Minimum Wage Act continues to foster a conducive environment for the advancement of both labor and society. Section 3 of the Act empowers the Minister of Labor and Social Security to set minimum wages through ministerial orders where earnings are found to be unreasonably low. This is a responsibility that I take seriously, and it requires striking a very careful balance, ensuring that workers can live with dignity while supporting a stable economic climate in which businesses can thrive. It is in this context, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, that I proudly bring to this Honorable House the proposal to increase the national minimum wage and the minimum wage for industrial security guards effective June 1st, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply aware of the pressures faced by minimum wage earners. Rising costs of transportation, food, other issues that are daily challenges. These workers are not statistics to us. They are the caregivers, they are the shop assistants, they're the cleaners, the watchmen and women who keep our society moving. Their sacrifices demand more than gratitude, they demand our action, and this government is taking action. It is in this spirit, Mr. Speaker, that we table for consideration of this Honorable House the proposal to increase both the national minimum wage and the minimum wage for industrial security guards with effect from June 1, 2025. The national minimum wage is to be increased from $15,000 to $16,000 per 40-hour work week, and therefore means that single time rate is to be increased from $375 per hour to $400 per hour for work done by the worker during any period not exceeding 40 hours in any week. Time and a half is to be increased from $562.50 per hour to $600 per hour for work done in excess of 40 hours in any week, and double time is to be increased from $750 per hour to $800 per hour for work done by the worker during any period on a rest day or on a public holiday. Similarly, the minimum wage for industrial security guards is also to be increased from $15,000 to $16,000 per 40-hour work week, with corresponding adjustments similar to that which I referred above. Mr. Speaker, it is important to clarify that the wage increase for the industrial security guards applies solely to the basic rate. As such, there will be no change at this time to the allowances or insurance benefits prescribed under the Industrial Security Guard order. These benefits therefore remain at the prevailing rates. The laundry allowance will remain at $52.38 per hour. The firearm premium allowance will remain at $57.15 per hour. The dog handler's premium allowance will remain at $39.29 per hour, and the life insurance coverage with double indemnity protection and dismemberment coverage will remain at $3,273,000. While these allowances remain unchanged, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security continues to review and to monitor the broader compensation framework for security personnel, all of this to ensure that it remains fair, adequate, and reflective of industry conditions. For the record, Mr. Speaker, this is the 5th increase in the minimum wage since 2016. Mr. Speaker, while the minimum wage is a legal floor, it must not become a moral ceiling. We take the opportunity, as we have done all the time, to encourage and to call on employers with the means to do more, to invest in your workers. When you treat them fairly, they will return that fairness with loyalty and performance. Let this increase, Mr. Speaker, serve not just as economic relief, but as another bold step towards a more just and equitable Jamaica. Let it reflect our shared belief that those who build this country with their hands should never be left behind. Accordingly, I now formally seek the affirmative resolution of this Honorable House in support of the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025 and the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, while I do not want to prolong our time here.
Therefore, you have 5 minutes.
You can give me 2 minutes. I want to thank the minister. Don't care how small it is beneficial to persons who had less before to have a little more. But I want you to go a little further, Minister, even though it is not in this resolution, to speak to the matter of construction in respect to the JRC rate, to see whether or not persons who are working in the construction field, especially the daily laborers, it is woefully inadequate. And also, I strongly believe it is way below what is called the minimum wage. I am asking because these persons cannot join a union, and therefore I think they should be protected by your ministry in order that they will be properly compensated for their hourly paid job. And I speak to the constructions that are taking place now, such as the Sparks program, the daily labor pay is way below the standard, or it is too low. I see the minister making up his face, but I'm just saying to you, $300 and something per hour is something that you need to take a serious look at. I do not know if it is, if it differs in other areas, but I am saying to you that it is something, Minister, that need to pay careful attention to.
Sorry. My apologies, House Leader. I respond to questions. There was no question. It's a statement, and I totally agree with my colleague. If there's an issue, yes.
If there are no question, Minister, you can just
I was
close.
waiting. I thought there were more. I was expecting the same fervor. Yes. But I do agree that it's a matter that we need to look into, and we'll discuss it. There being no questions. Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
Minister. House Leader. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Scientific Research Council for the financial year 2022-2023, annual report of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the financial year 2023-2024, the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025 and its resolution under the Minimum Wage Act, and finally, the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order of 2025 and its resolution also under the Minimum Wage Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable House that on the 16th day of May 2025, the following were passed in the Senate without amendment. An act to amend the Pensions Public Service Act to provide public officers who were born between August 1, 1961 and February 28, 1963, the option to retire before they attain the age of 65 years and to receive any pension, gratuity, or other allowance due and payable to them, and to validate and confirm as lawful all actions taken or omissions made by any person in relation to the granting of normal retirement during the period commencing April 1, 2018, and ending on the date of operation of this act and for connected matters. Also, an act to make provision for the designation of projects as approved large-scale projects or economic activities as approved pioneer industries, to provide tax relief in relation to projects and activities so designated, to operationalize the tax incentives for large-scale projects and pioneer industries, to establish an application and management committee as part of the process of approving participants of large-scale projects and pioneer industries, to repeal and replace the Income Tax Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Act 2013, and to provide for connected matters. The Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate.
Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Science, Energy, Technology and Transport, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first-time bill shortly entitled the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2025.
Questions and
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district, in any case which the minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable subject to the provisions of that section to occupations generally. And whereas, by virtue of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act, the minister may by order vary or cancel a minimum wage. And whereas, on the 13th day of May 2025, the minister made the minimum wage industrial security guards amendment order 2025. And whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 3 in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the minimum wage industrial security guards amendment order 2025 be affirmed. Now therefore be it resolved by this honorable House as follows. One, that this resolution may be cited as the minimum wage industrial security guards amendment order 2025 resolution. And two, the minimum wage industrial security guards amendment order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 20th day of May 2025, is affirmed. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the minister may, by order published in this Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district. In any case which the minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the minister is satisfied it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable subject to the provisions of that section to occupations generally. And whereas, by virtue of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act, the minister may by order vary or cancel a minimum wage. And whereas, on the 13th day of May 2025, the minister made the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025, and whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 3 in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025 be affirmed. Now therefore be it resolved by this honorable House as follows. One, this resolution may be cited as the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025 resolution. And two, the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 20th day of May 2025, is affirmed.
Question and answers to questions. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2025.
Members, the question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2025 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2025 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. And on the motion of adjournment, I'd like to remind this Honorable House that on Tuesday, May 27th, when we resume our sitting, the Governor of the Bank of Jamaica and his team will attend on the Standing Finance Committee of this House for the purpose of presenting the Monetary Policy Report, which is done on a quarterly basis. So I wish to remind this Honorable House that we will be on time on Tuesday the 27th at 2 o'clock so as to receive the Governor and his team for that purpose, and thereafter to continue with the business of the House and the continuation of the budget, sectoral budget debate. There being no further business intended for the day, I beg to move that this Honorable House be adjourned until Tuesday, May 27 at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor that this House stand adjourned until the 27th of May 2025 at 2 p.m. Those in favor, those against, the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned.